is in studio here with us talking about a disappointing game, 14-4. Boy, the Diamondbacks really brought the bats here 2 days in a row. They scored 20 runs against the Rangers. Jared, what's the big picture takeaway here? Are we kind of sputtering down the stretch now?
I think the big picture takeaway is that the idea that this team is competing for a playoff spot is just a tough one to get behind when they're not even at 500, right?
Yeah.
It's just the reality of it. Is it mathematically possible? Yes. But, I mean, they would probably have to go the rest of the season losing just one game, I think, for it to be realistic.
Yeah. I think right now we have plenty of stuff to get excited about, including Kamar Rocker tomorrow.
Yeah.
You know, there's some actual cool stuff, but yeah, you know, this team, you know, ill-equipped throughout the year. They've proven that at this point. I'm not holding out any hope at all that they make a run, but are people fired up for Rocker's start tomorrow in Seattle?
Yeah, I mean, I think today, tomorrow, Friday is a look into what 2025 might look like. Now, unfortunately, Cody Bradford did not have a good outing, but, you know, it's worth noting that coming into today's outing as a starting pitcher, he had an ERA in the mid-twos, right? So he had a stinker, right? Yeah. It happens. You know, it's going to happen to a guy who throws 90, right? There's just not as much margin for error when something's not working as well. But, you know, he's been really good. Now, tomorrow is when it really gets exciting. Yes, I think that's not that the Rangers mapped it out, you know, for this purpose, but, you know, as it is becoming more and more clear, if it wasn't clear already, that this team is going to stop at 162. You've got Wyatt Langford having a good month, and then tomorrow you got Kamar Rocker. The next day you got Jacob deGrom. Yeah, you get to see Max Scherzer. He's not necessarily a part of the future, but he's still Max Scherzer. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer. That's kind of fun, right? And then, you know, you get to do it again. Hopefully those guys will make 3 starts each the rest of the way, and you see what sort of growth you can get from some of the young guys.
With us going to Seattle, the over and under for the team winning this series will score 12 runs. That kind of how this thing is going to look?
4 games, 12. Yeah, I mean,
is it a possibility with, you know, the one thing that you can count on with the Mariners is they'll pitch.
They'll pitch and they probably won't hit.
Yeah, they probably won't hit,
which is kind of bizarre. But yeah,
you might find a way to pitch and not hit yourself. So, yeah.
No, that's I'd be curious how many games are won by a score of more than 5 runs. Yeah, and it might just be one. Now, we say that, and this is how baseball works, bro. It's going to be like double-digit games for the next 4 nights. Mm-hmm. But on paper, yeah, you're totally right. I mean, and frankly, in a weird way, these are games that the Rangers kind of are equipped to win.
Get us to extra innings. We find a way to win this thing.
Yeah,
that kind of deal.
Yeah. But, you know, the Mariners starting pitching is so good, and you know, they have more talent in their lineup than what the results would suggest. Now, at some point,
they got their manager fired with the lack of hitting. Really, was that it?
No, I mean, for sure. And you know, this year, like, I can sit here and say, well, this player's better than this player's better than that. But at this point, I mean, this year these guys aren't. Julio Rodriguez is still sitting with an OPS that starts with a 6, not a 7, and forget 7. The expectation is that he'd be a guy who'd start, you know, have an OPS with an 8 or a 9. Mm-hmm. Mitch Garver hasn't had the year that you'd expect. J.P. Crawford has been hurt, and when healthy, he hasn't been as good. And, you know, it's a team that maybe if they get into the playoffs, it's, you know, they can reset, and now all of a sudden the regular season numbers aren't hanging over their head. But, like, at some point, you know, it's tough to swallow that, because it's a team that I think on paper going into the year, most talented team in the division. But they just have not been able to do anything offensively.
I was going to ask you, Jared, you know, we had CY on the other day, and does he travel the most of the series with the team? I know he was in Arizona, so I assume he's going on to Seattle. And it made me think of something you just said, that we were looking maybe at 2025, or was he just thinking, I'm going to go watch Rocker pitch and see DeGrom pitch and all that? Or is this something where he wants to be boots on ground, kind of looking at the operation of how they're going to finish this thing out?
Yeah, so typically there's going to be someone from the front office on pretty much every trip, because if a roster move needs to be made or something, they want some boots on the ground to help communicate that. Yeah. It's not always going to be Chris Young, and every GM's different, you know, with the amount of travel. You know, I think CY probably travels more than the average GM, and, you know, that's maybe something that will evolve as he, you know, has more years. Maybe it won't. Maybe that's always going to be his personality. It just kind of depends. But yeah, I imagine, you know, going to Arizona, some of the nostalgia, right? You know, it'd be good to be there. And and because of some of the big decisions that were on the horizon. And then obviously, I think I don't know if he's going to Seattle. My guess is he will. I know he loves Seattle. He obviously played there, and he had a great time while he was there. But yeah, getting to be there for Rocker, for DeGrom, I think it's also like a sign of support, right?
Yeah, that's a big thing for him.
Yeah. I think a lot of times, players notice these things, and I don't know that they're saying, oh, the GM needs to be on every trip or anything, but I think that there's something about just being there. And it's the same way when a pitcher throws a bullpen, having some of his starting rotation mates standing behind him while he throws his bullpen. They might not, speak a single word, but just that presence that you see that from a lot of teams, certainly the Rangers. That's something that Nathan Eovaldi has, made habit, not only for himself, but everyone else. Those things, they matter. And I guess tangentially, same with CY.
Is there a story behind Kumar Rocker wearing number 80?
That's a good question. I'm sure there is. What did he wear at Did he wear? I think he wore 80 at Vanderbilt.
He wore 80 at Vanderbilt.
So there must be, and it must have something to do with his dad Tracy. Which how crazy is this?
Played against his dad at Auburn.
You did?
Well, yeah. I mean, he played. I watched. Well, I was on the sidelines.
That counts. Yeah, that still counts.
Yeah, he was really good. We couldn't
block. Uniform, right?
Yeah, but he could hit. Well, they washed his uniform after the game. They just hung mine up. His dad, you couldn't block his dad. His dad was very much like, any defensive tackle that was massive with quickness and all that. His dad was a bad man.
I mean, the kid's a stud. He looks like a football player.
He does.
Some of these pitchers do, though.
Yeah, no, he has that football vibe. But how crazy is this? When I saw that Kumar Rocker was going to make his debut, NFL Network was replaying the Titans-Bears game, and literally I turned to the TV and you could see Tracy Rocker on the sideline.
Well, his dad, I understand from Eric and them, he's getting the night off tomorrow night, and he's going to jet it into Seattle to see his son pitch.
And I know, like, I've gotten a chance the last couple of spring trainings to get to know Kumar, and sometimes when you got the dad who's somebody in some capacity, there's like a resistance to talk about, I'm not here to talk about my dad. And I've never blown him up on that, but they have a very close relationship, and Kumar does not resent the football conversation. He does not resent the dad conversation. He embraces all of it. And I know, obviously for anyone having their dad there would be meaningful, but those two share a really special bond, despite the way that being a football coach can kind of take you away from family a lot, but that doesn't seem to be the case with the Rockers.
Dad was 74 at Auburn.
No, number 74. Yeah. Okay. 74. Well, then I don't know. Maybe that was his football number. I think Kumar, I feel like I remember him telling me that he could have been a pretty good defensive end, and so maybe he was rocking the number 80 or I don't know.
Big Jerry Rice fan, maybe.
Probably, yeah.
It'll be a special couple days here on The Fan. What is it, 8:30 pregame in Seattle, 9 o'clock first pitch, Rocker then DeGrom?
So I think Thursday, I could be wrong. I think tomorrow's an 8:40 first pitch.
Okay.
And then I think Friday's a 9:10 first pitch. So you'll get a little bit earlier for Rocker tomorrow.
No, are we on the Apple TV thing again?
I don't know. I think Seattle might do the Friday night a little bit later because it's a weeknight, a little bit earlier deal. I could be wrong.
Okay.
Which is smart. Shout out to them. Downtown ballpark, so I think it's a little easier for them to navigate that. And I would, just from an expectation standpoint, you'll probably hear people talk about this a lot between now and then, but I would not expect to see either guy pitching past the fifth inning unless they're just crazy efficient. But there's no reason for the Rangers to push these guys at this point in the season.
Can I ask one final question? Why does the roof in Arizona not open?
Well,
I know. Did you hear the story?
Well, I know it has the ability to open. Are they not?
No, they broke a piece.
Oh, did they really?
Yeah, it's 106, but
I don't think they would. Yeah, because it was open during the World Series.
Yeah, we broke a piece, and we're not interested in fixing it right now. So
hey, I'll tell you what, Chase Field will always be a special place.
Oh, absolutely.
For me and Rangers fans, that is not one of my favorite ballparks. So there's not a lot going on.
You were a drunken mess. I mean that in a positive way. The pictures of you were awesome after that championship.
So I wish I was drunk. That night
you looked like to me that
I just
had
was doused in.
Okay.
I just had been doused and doused and doused. Yeah. Now, later that night, at like 5 in the morning.
When you called in?
Did I call in at 5 in the morning?
I thought me and Dawson were doing stuff.
Did. I don't remember. We had a great time. Yeah. That was a great setup for just everyone getting to be together. We'll always think about the Biltmore Hotel and Chase Field very fondly. But Chase Field, not a place where I'd say, hey, that should be first on your bucket list.
Don't mean to keep you too long, Sands, but when's our guy Leiter starting again? Is that Sunday? We got Scherzer on Saturday now. What's going on there?
Yeah, so the Rangers have a decision to make. They basically have 7 starters, and they said they're going to go to a 6-man rotation. Some of the things they got to consider. So first of all, obviously Rocker's going to get 3 starts the rest of the way. DeGrom 3 starts. And then I think they feel like they owe it to Max Scherzer, even though he's not a part of the future, to let him, if he can stay healthy for 3 starts, maybe showcase to other teams and just be able to go through with that. I think you're going to give Cody Bradford his starts, and you're definitely going to give Nathan Eovaldi his starts. So those are 5 guys right there, right? 5, yes. So now you got to decide basically between Heaney and Leiter. And I know one consideration with Heaney, there might be some incentives that he's close to hitting. I'm not positive, but you don't want to
ask you about that.
You want to do right by a veteran, especially someone who helped you win a World Series and chose to come back. So Jack Leiter will get innings maybe equivalent to that of 3 starts. It might come in the form of a piggyback. He might start one and then piggyback the next. And he's obviously, listen, we can agree. He's got work to do, right? I think we might disagree on the degree to which this has been a step forward, but there's no disagreeing that he's got work to do. And he's going to go into camp next year without a starting spot guaranteed, but I think he'll get plenty of opportunities. I personally, I'd like to see him get 3 starts because I'm thinking strictly about the future. But he'll get innings. It also a way to kind of control his innings, his workload. But this is going to be a big offseason in spring training for both Kumar Rocker and Jack Leiter. You and I had the Kumar Rocker conversation before. That can be a conversation for later about what the Rangers' options are with him for next year. But there's no doubt to me that if the Rangers are going to be in consideration for a playoff spot at this time next year, they're going to have to get production from those 2 guys in the rotation.
We're not messing up his holding his number of years, are we, by doing this, right?
Who's that?
Rocker.
No. So here's the reality, and maybe it comes off that way, and maybe the Rangers are extra sensitive. I'll give the cliff notes without going into all the details, but Rocker's going to be on an innings limit next year. Okay. There's not an exact science to this, but guys coming off of Tommy John now pitching in their first full year, teams typically don't like to utilize them more than, say, a 25% inning spike from their what for Rocker would be this season. Now, I don't know if the Rangers are going to stick to that number, a different number. I mean, there's no science. Guys get hurt left and right no matter what. But what's unquestionable is that the Rangers are not going to throw Kumar Rocker out there for 200 innings. And so because of that, they got to figure out how they want to handle that. Do they just want to have him on, like, say, a 5-inning limit for the first half of the season and then maybe open it up? Do they want him to start in the minor leagues for a month and control his innings there, where you can get away with having him throw 3-4 innings and slowly build him up and then let him come back full throttle? Do they want him to start the season full throttle and then rest him in the middle of the season and bring him back, right? There are a lot of different ways. I think for a lot of teams, what you don't necessarily want, if you can avoid, is, hey, this guy's going to be a dog for us, and then on August 15th, we're shutting him down, and he's no longer an option the rest of the year, right?
Strasburg, I remember that a while back.
So they got to figure it all out, how they want to play it. Maybe he starts the season in the rotation and then moves to the bullpen. There are a lot of different options. There's not one perfect solution, but that is the challenge they are going to have to face next year when it comes to Kumar Rocker.
Thank you, Jared. Have a good night.
See you guys.
Catch up with you soon. He's at Jared Sandler on X, a must-follow for Rangers fans everywhere as we continue the show into the evening. The Get Right's coming up at 7 o'clock. Jared Sandler's Extra Innings brought to you by Uber Eats, delivering home run deals to you all season long. I know you appreciate that, Brian.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
I appreciate a good Uber Eats.
Okay, so coming up here at in about 5 minutes, Broadus is going to deliver his Saints offensive preview.
Yeah.
I know we're excited about that. Evening listeners, you usually don't get your Krusty's Corner at this time of the night. It's a 3:40 segment every day in the G-Bag Nation. He will stand and deliver what you need to know as we are, counting down. 12 o'clock kickoff on Sunday, a 9 o'clock pregame. And I feel like this New Orleans team is maybe a little bit better than the 6.5 point line.
Yeah.
Not just what they did against Carolina, but it looks like, they've done a nice job finding some weapons and, finding some really good young defensive players that could be making this an up and coming team. Maybe not this year, but somewhat soon. This New Orleans team is going to be heard from, Brian.
Yeah. And looking at their offense, last night and really kind of diving into all the things they do. And we talk about these good young coordinators, the guys that seem to come from those San Francisco trees or the trees with the Rams, and they get very creative with the way that they use motion. They get very creative with the personnel. They will motion guys in order to replace guys, and they'll get you to go one way, and then they'll throw a guy right behind that. And, it's for 1 week, you have to say about, with Derek Carr and what he's been able to do, looks super comfortable in this offense, and they didn't ask him to really horse the ball down the field all that much. The 4 times they did it, they only had one completion, and that was a post route for a touchdown. But other than that, everything was, right there, right in the middle of the field, just, where they needed to be, all very simple throws. Their line did a really good job of protecting. He handled the blitz stuff really, really well. So, yeah, these young coordinators find ways to move the ball. These veteran quarterbacks appreciate getting to play in a system where they're not the ones that have to do everything in order for them to move the ball. And so, yeah, the Saints, I'm really looking forward to looking at their defense tonight and seeing, Carolina, I know, is offensively challenged, even though with Dave Canellis as the head coach. I mean, he's one of those young coordinator guys that got the opportunity, but I'm interested to see what New Orleans was able to do to create problems for him.
I do see Marshawn Lattimore is dealing with a little bit of an injury.
Yeah, they got a couple of guys that you have to kind of think about. Their offensive line's a little bit banged up at one of the guard spots. So, you have to keep your eye. And they have their tight end that's dealing with an injury as well. We'll see how Foster Moreau can make it back. I'm on the injury report today. I know he was maybe dealing with a concussion. So we'll see if he's going to be ready for game time this week.
They've added some quality receivers, haven't they?
Yeah. The one you really have to worry about, I believe, is Chris Olave. And, he was a drafted guy, and Ohio State has done a tremendous job with their wide receivers and developing them in a way that, they go out there, they play in big-time games, they play in bad weather, they're all pretty much bad ball catchers. They're really good route runners. Chris Olave really wasn't a factor in this game against Carolina. Only had 2 receptions.
Yeah.
But it was more about when with Carr being really steady, throw to the back, throw to the tight ends. They ran the ball well. I mean, they really didn't have to do a whole lot offensively, Gavin, because Carolina was just kind of putting them in position, to be able to have some simple offensive plays. But you're going to deal with it. It's still to me about with Alvin Kamara and what he's able to do, because they like to move him around, and I mean move him around. I mean, he's running routes. He's running an out. He's running an in. He's running a post route. They're throwing him screens. They're moving him out of the backfield. This is one of those teams. I think this team. It's really going to be unusual, Gavin, when you watch the Saints play. And I don't know if it's a Carolina thing or it's going to be with the Cowboys. Like 65% of their snaps were under center. They're one of them. Them and the Rams were the 2 teams that played that this week in the NFL that played under center more than anybody else. We're so accustomed to seeing shotgun, and they play under center so they can get Alvin Kamara. They walk that ball back to Kamara, and then they let him. It gives their line a chance to zone. They get their blocks, and then Kamara takes that ball. They don't want to hand it to him going sideways. They would rather try and get him going downhill, and then that way he can make the cut. So you'll see Derek Carr probably play a lot under center, which is something we traditionally haven't seen much in the NFL the last few years.
Kamara's been a hell of a player for a long time.
He has.
But the Cowboys have an answer for him, don't they?
They have. They've had a really good answer for him. And there's a couple of different spots I feel like that you can go after this offensive line. I mentioned they got a rookie left tackle, tackle. But on the right side, Ruiz and Pennings, those 2 guys have had some problems. And Carolina, the pressure that they were able to get, the thing with Ruiz, he's the right guard. I felt like that there were things when there was that movement. He's kind of a boxy kind of a player, square, boxy looking build. Maybe not the best athlete, physical, but powerful guy. But if you get him moving one way, you can get by him. So there were a couple different times where he had one-on-one blocks with no help, and it was a struggle for him. So if you're going to attack this right side of this, the Saints offensive line appears to be McCoy, the center, is outstanding. He is. It's going to be the 1 and the 3 techniques for the Cowboys, the defensive tackles. It is going to be in the linebackers with Kendricks, and these guys are going to have to deal with McCoy coming off the ball and getting in the block. He stays on his feet. He's really good in space. But, that's That's something that you're going to have to deal with in this football game. But I feel like, though, you could maybe take advantage of the right side of that Saints offensive line. It'll be the left side of the Cowboys defensive line doing the work there.
Okay, Ravens linebacker Kyle Van Noy has ripped the Chiefs over medical care. That's a headline. Tyreek Hill says he could have handled the traffic stop better, but doesn't give him the right to beat the dog out of him, he said. Joe Burrow says wrist absolutely not affecting his throws. Huge game with Cincinnati, Kansas City this weekend. Cannot wait.
Yeah, it was funny, though, on the sidelines, every time you saw Joe Burrow, he was trying to roll his wrist, and it looked like he didn't have any feeling in his fingers or anything like that. So he just kept rolling it. And I'm thinking, man, he's trying to kind of get this thing back right. But for him not to say it's not a factor, boy, it sure looked like a factor in the way he was throwing some of the balls late in the game.
He's the Grant Hill of the NFL. He just he cannot get healthy and should be an all-time great.
Absolutely.
Like rivaling the legends of the game, but just, unable to get the momentum going. Deshaun Watson denying the latest sexual assault allegations from Houston through his agent, says no other statement at this time. Christian McCaffrey says the decision to sit out Monday Night Football was a group decision. I'd say that's some pretty good wisdom from that group. We just got to get you healthy to the playoffs, man.
Yeah, just plugging it back, and we'll get 145 yards, no problem.
They're doing it right there in San Francisco. Must be nice. Okay, when we come back, G-Bag Nation, it'll be time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. What kind of content are we looking at, Brian?
Yeah, I'm going to talk some more about this Saints offense and maybe some other areas that you need to be concerned with. We'll do that next.
Okay, I want to chat about Men's T Clinic before we get there, though, because if
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Here we go. It is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Gavin Dawson, Brian Broaddus, and Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control. We're going to get to Krusty's Corner here in just a second. The nation, of course, observing 9/11 once again today, 23 years ago, a day that has significant meaning for all Americans, but added meaning here in the nation. 9/11, the day that inspired our Lucius Alexander to become an enlisted man. Salute to you, sir. Thanks for your service.
Yes, sir.
LA Live most nights, 5:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. Couldn't get to it tonight because he had Rangers baseball, and they fell pretty awfully, 14-4. I guess that's what you call good luck in Arizona, right? Last November they had all the answers. Yesterday 6-zip, today 14-4. So they'll lick their wounds and head off to Seattle. Segment of the G-Bag Nation here is brought to you by Window Nation. Go to windownation.com, and it's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you're hurt in an accident due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels for a free consultation. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to frankelfirm.com. Here's Broaddus, Krusty's Corner.
Thank you very much. No, appreciate that. Again, Lucius, thank you for your service as well. The things with the when you're talking about the New Orleans Saints, and I mentioned their new coordinator, Clint Kubiak. Here's a guy that in the past you've seen things with Sean Payton. It's been the Wildcat stuff, the Taysom Hill. We can go back and even talk about the with Drew Brees and stuff, the things that Sean used to do, but this is different, a different attack. It really, when you look at him, how they play now, they are pretty balanced with their personnel groups, the 11 personnel, the 3 wide receivers, the 12 personnel, 1 back, the 2 tight ends. But they've got a big mix of, in this game especially, they went 21 personnel, which is 2 running backs and 1 tight end. This is a team that plays with a fullback. And so they kind of do it a couple of different ways. Only the 49ers and the Dolphins, I looked this up, played more 21 personnel this weekend. And what's interesting is the Saints ran the ball really, really well either way. It was one of those things where if it was 1 back, ran the ball well. 2 backs, ran the ball well. So it's just, both. It was funny. The balance of it was like 5.8 yards a carry.
Yeah,
in those personnel groups, and Carolina might have a little bit to do with that, but Saints were coming off the ball. Alvin Kamara is one of those guys.
I love this matchup because you get a chance to play a good run team,
Right.
and a good defensive team.
Yep, you do. You'll learn a lot about your football team, I think. I mentioned about the Saints and the number of snaps they play under center. Like I said, the Rams were the only other team that played fewer shotgun snaps than the Saints. It's all about Alvin Kamara then. They want to be able to get the ball to him where he can play downhill. We talked about that. You're going to get a lot of movement. You're going to get a lot of motion. Another thing that I was able to look up and watch them play, I'm like, gosh dang, it seems like they have motion and then a motion behind that. So, that's something you have to kind of be aware of. You're going to
absolutely. Those are the kind of teams you want to emulate.
Yeah, they had
the Cowboys have had problems with all these teams.
All of them
under Marinelli and Quinn.
Yep.
It was an issue for like 8 years.
It is. It's crazy, but I think with Zimmer a little bit more buttoned up here, at least I hope so. Saints ran 62 plays, 49 of them involved motion. That's 79%. 35 of those involved motion at the snap. And so, okay, this is where you get that San Francisco vibe, where all of a sudden, where it's Juszczyk and those guys, it's all of a sudden it's a fullback, he's offset, and now they're motioning him to the side they're going to run, or they're motioning him out there, he sets up, and then they take a motion behind with, say, Kamara, and now they're going to throw the screen over there. So they set up a blocker, they set up another blocker, and then they motion the back to get the screen. So it's really kind of a creative way of doing things. So you really have to kind of be ready for them, trying to get guys in better blocking positions.
And Brian, do you feel like all NFL teams should be running like this?
I thought it was fascinating to watch. I really did.
It is.
I don't get to see.
It's fun, but it's also more effective.
It makes me now want to go watch San Francisco really just sit down. And I know Dallas plays them, and that's when you kind of do your evaluation. But after watching the Saints, I'm kind of thinking like, damn, this is kind of fun. When you have, two backs, motion a back, motion the second back, then throw him the ball. There's some fun things that you're going to do here.
I think you could get a lot of people excited about Clint Kubiak as your head coach.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, all these San Francisco, these Rams guys. I mean, they understand it. They really, really do. I mentioned the wide receivers. They get in a lot of trips formation, which is the 3 wide receiver formations. Chris Olave, I think, is the most dangerous receiver they have. They like to move him around. He plays on the outside. He'll also play in the slot. Against the Panthers, he's lined up predominantly on the right side of the right side of the Saints formation, which would be the left side of the Cowboys defense. So let's see if there's something going on there where they feel more comfortable throwing him the ball over on that side. He only had the 2 catches I mentioned, but predominantly his routes were over on that right side of the Saints offense, and that'll be the left side of the Cowboys, left side of the Cowboys defense. I mentioned Alvin Kamara. I think his explosiveness. He had 3 carries of 10-plus yards in this game, and they hand him the ball, like I said, with Carr under center, and they're going to try and run this thing downhill. Where he could be equally dangerous, I believe, is catching the football out of the backfield. He had 5 receptions. It was only for 27 yards, but the staff had him running 14 routes in this game. He ran 14 different routes in this game. And you think about, for a running back, that's kind of like wide receiver numbers. That's like third wide receiver type numbers there.
14 different routes.
Yeah, 14 different routes is what they had this guy
talented
do.
Guy.
Yeah, so very talented guy. And so they have no problem throwing the ball, as I mentioned. You have to be ready for the screen. You have to be ready for routes in the flat. They missed him on the angle route, or what we call the Texas route, which is that outside-inside route. They ran an out with him and in with him, and by playing him out wide. So he can line up outside.
I think this offense has a lot of potential. I know they scored so many against Carolina, but when you have to defend the entire field,
that's the problem. And that when you get. That was the one thing that Dallas did a really good job against Cleveland in the first half. What did they make Cleveland have to do? Defend the whole field. They were from sideline to sidelines. The ability to get the ball to the outside, maybe run it up inside there. The way Dak with the boots and the waggles and things like that. So that's something the Saints are going to try and do. This offensive line is a veteran offensive line, with the exception of the left tackle, Fuaga. Fuaga is one of my favorite guys. In the draft. He's really a powerful guy. He moves really, really well. the coaches trust him to handle the job, Dawson. They didn't give him much help in this game. They said, "Okay, young man, hey, you're gonna be one-on-one. Let's see if you can handle it." And
who will the Cowboys send after him?
To me, I'd send. He is going to be a powerful big man, hard guy to kind of get around because he's athletic and he's big. But I wouldn't be scared of sending in. I mean, if you want to sit there and if you want to go with Nealon, and I heard today, I know Nealon showed up on the injury report with a calf, and I was told, hey, don't worry about it. Everything's fine on that.
Nice.
So that's something if you're worried about that.
But you're not thinking we're going to victimize this guy with Micah?
It's on the right side. That's where I think they're struggling right now. Lucas Patrick is the starter. He's dealing with a leg injury, so his status might be up in the air. And that meant that Landon Young filled in for Patrick when he went out. I mentioned McCoy at center. He's very good. Cesar Ruiz and Trevor Penning on the right side. They gave up some pressures. That's where this thing, I think, can hinge for the Cowboys. I could see Zimmer attacking these offensive linemen with more movement, blitzes. The Panthers really didn't attack these guys like they need to. But when there were breakdowns, it was on the right side of that offensive line. So keep an eye on anything on the left of the Dallas defense. Maybe some movement, the twist. Dallas did a great job with the A-gap blitzes, the twist stunts, the movement, anything like that to kind of make these guys have to be athletes, because I don't think they're that great athletes. But that's kind of where I feel like this game could very well hinge. You're going to have to stop Kamara. That's going to be the key to this thing, and be ready for the ball to come out pretty quickly here from this quarterback. I don't think he's going to. This coordinator is going to let him get hit in this game. How well you cover on the back end could also dictate if the ball gets out quick or not, too.
Terrific report once again, sir, on the Saints offense. Krusty's Corner brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Let me ask you this. Growing up, I always kind of felt bad for the Saints. It was the brown bag era.
Oh, yeah.
So as they started to
Aints.
have success in the 2000s, I was like, cool. Good for them.
Yeah.
But I feel like it's one of those kind of slept on rivalries here.
When I was at LSU, they had Jim Mora as their coach. You remember?
Yeah.
Playoffs. Jim Mora. Jim Mora, the Saints. They had what was called the Dome Patrol. They had linebackers, Ricky Jackson. They had some quality players at the time. So the 80s they were starting. But you're right. Before that, they were horrendous. And Mike Ditka goes in there, gives up all the picks for Ricky Williams. They needed the players.
Brutal.
This is an organization that drafted Russell Erxleben, the punter kicker from Texas, in the first round.
Ouch.
When they were a bad team. So they've had their moments of, guys going in there and kind of really, effing things up pretty good.
Yeah.
And then the fans suffered for a long time. And, Sean got in there. Sean turned some things around. But, it's kind of gone backwards a little bit. But, I think there's some – they've got some quality. The Olavis, the Kamaras, going out and getting the quarterback. I think those kind of things kind of help you along the way.
214, it's a rivalry. Yeah, it is. I mean, I think the 2000s, they got so good. They're in close proximity.
Oh, yeah.
They win the Super Bowl, and the matchups, maybe it's not as insane as San Francisco or Philadelphia, but it's definitely in that next tier of great rivalries.
You have a lot of folks that were displaced because of Katrina that live here in Dallas now. So I guarantee you that the fan base for the Saints will be in full throat this Sunday there at noon at AT&T.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're coming back. I believe we have the Cowboy Show coming up at 7 o'clock. Is that what we're doing here tonight?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, we are.
Yes. And then after that, the Fan After Dark.
Fan After Dark.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's
those
what
Saints fans, by the way, they took over the bars when they got here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you never seen. You just didn't know their culture and how they celebrated their team and how they played the same songs over and over again, and they all get excited and walk around like a circle chant about their squad. Yeah. Really messed you up when you're a Cowboys fan and you see them for the first time. You're like, damn.
Okay, this is gonna sound.
And they're winning
right at the peak.
Yeah,
after the Romo fumble in Seattle.
This is going to sound really white of me. I mean this, but there's the Crunk, that song, the Crunk song, Lucius. You know what I'm talking about? It's I'll pull it up.
I don't know.
Look at it's like in the dome they have the the song like the Who Let the Dogs Out was another one. There's a song I think they called it the Crunk.
I don't know what I remember hearing. Black and gold super.
But they play some. They play some crazy.
Oh, the
stuff.
Yin Yang Twins. Okay, I googled it. The Crunk song at the Saints games. It's halftime by the Yin Yang Twins.
Okay.
Yeah.
I when it's played.
They play that a lot.
Oh yeah, all the time.
yeah, on a loop.
I used to love betting on the Saints when Drew Brees was out there.
Oh, yeah.
And I'd be in the sports bar doing the trumpet when the Saints come marching in.
Oh yeah. I tell you what.
I'm sorry. I mean,
hey, one of the great traditions they had
biggest
there
fan of money
is when Tom Benson. Now his wife owns the team, but Tom Benson, when they would win, he'd show up with an umbrella. So he would be leading everybody. Leading everybody with exactly. Yeah, exactly. The owner of the Saints with the umbrella, and everybody following him behind. It was a good tradition.
It is a scene, dude.
It is a scene.
New Orleans is amazing.
Yep.
All right, it is the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. We'll be back here in a second. Okay, I want to chat about Twin Peaks. It's your ultimate sports launch with a menu to match. Pair any of their made-from-scratch menu items with a frosty 29.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Cowboys Crosstalks coming up at 7, right? That's Bobby Belt.
Yeah, it's Bobby Belt running that show, yeah.
Hosting. Should be a great conversation here coming up at 7, then 8 to 11. Fan After Dark here on 105.3 The Fan. Okay. 23 years ago today, of course, 9/11, I was living at my parents' house.
Okay.
Working at The Fan in Portland, 1080 The Fan.
Okay.
And my mom woke me up.
Oh.
Maybe at like 8:30, because this is West Coast time. I'm not sure what time the first plane hit, but she's like, hey, you should wake up. A plane hit the towers in New York. And I was like, wow. So I kind of was getting up and like trying to, get ready to go downstairs and everything and watch TV. And she's like, oh my goodness, another one happened. And I was like, holy crap. Yeah. So I ran downstairs, and then I went into work, and all the, the airports and everything was shut down. So I was just giving updates like every 30 minutes locally.
Wow.
What we did is we just went to the ESPN radio coverage, which was ABC News, effectively all day long. And like every 30 minutes, I'd do like local updates.
I think that Golick and Greeny were doing that too. I think Golick and Greeny, like they were doing coverage of it, but they were kind of they went into news mode.
Yeah, if you were on, you weren't talking about it.
Yeah, they went into complete news mode is what they did. I remember that with ESPN.
Yeah, I think that was was that the second biggest event of my life. The space shuttle in the 80s was massive.
86.
Obviously, I wasn't old enough for JFK, but I remember Reagan getting shot.
Sure,
John Hinckley, I must have been 7 or 8 years old when that happened. Where were you?
Yeah, I was working for the Cowboys. I was the assistant director of pro personnel, and I'll never forget. My office was outside of Larry Lacewell at Valley Ranch. We had in the scouting office. I had a office to the left, and he was down just a door over from me. And I was already sitting at my desk, and Lace walked in and goes, "Hey man, a plane hit the World Trade Center." And I was thinking plane hit World Trade Center was okay. It was an
accident.
Yeah, it was a single engine. It was some jet lost, its bearings and went into the building. And then you find out it's a commercial airliner. And, then we went back into the draft room, and they were the coverage was going on, and we were watching it. And the next thing you know, the second one went into the building. And we were like, what just happened?
Yeah.
And then when it really dawned on us, when we were sitting there, we didn't say a word. I mean, nobody said a word. We didn't even know what was going on. When that plane hit the Pentagon, Chris Hall, I'll never forget. Chris goes, "Guys, we're at war. We're at war
attack,
here. Yeah, we're under attack."
Yeah, there was this feeling of we don't know what could happen.
We
next.
don't know. Yeah, and we don't know what's happening next. And so Chris and I were trying to locate the scouts. Once we, the Los Angeles Kings hockey team lost 2 scouts. They went down in the Pennsylvania hijacking. They went down there. And in 2001, communications, as you well know, wasn't great.
No.
You're trying to we're trying to find our scouts. I mean, we went in mode of trying to locate, because our guys were all on the road. This is September. We're getting started with scouting and, and so you have an idea where your guys are, but you don't know, did somebody travel? Was somebody on a plane? Was somebody? So we went into mode of trying to locate all our scouts.
Make sure everybody's safe.
Yeah, make sure everybody's safe. And then once we located everybody, because getting home was impossible. Some of these guys were driving and they had their cars and were able to get back, but then you had guys that were flying. But it was a day where you just sat there, and I'll never forget talking to Sean Payton about this, because Sean was working for the Giants. And it was one of those things where Sean, I go, "Man, you okay? Everything?" And he goes, "Our practice field, you could see New York City."
Wow.
And he says you could just see the smoke. And then
no way.
And then later on, I remember talking to him about it. He goes, there were a bunch of cars that were parked in the parking lot at Giant Stadium. And these are the people that took the mass transit to go into the city. And those are the ones that never came back.
Oh my God.
All their cars. And they had car transporters coming in, getting the cars out of the lot.
Wow.
And and Sean says he remember practicing and going looking outside, and the city has got you didn't know what was going on. You're getting for practice, and there's smoke in downtown. It was crazy.
Lucius?
I was in my government class, in fact, first one in the morning.
You were in high school?
Yeah, yep. Senior year. I think it was my second senior year. Only had to do a few semesters, but I had to do it. It was the first morning class. I'm sitting up there eating breakfast in the classroom, and the teacher runs in there, turns on the television, and we see what happened, and then he runs out crying. We never seen him for the rest of the day.
Wow.
Yeah, the teacher's aide had to come in and dismiss us, and I left angry. Yeah. I was hot. I was angry. I was ready to fight. That's the type of anger I had, so I went straight to the recruiting office.
Wow.
I was like, sign me up. But they weren't there. I had to come back the next day. But I was still that angry because, it's all over television. I'm like, I'm going down to fight. I'm trying to hype up my homeboys. Man, we got to go down there and do this, man, for the country, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's how it went for me.
Right on, dude. Did they close school?
They closed the school. Everything was closed. Yeah. KFC wasn't even open, bro.
Yeah, I remember walking outside because I was living in Addison, and I was on the flight line where you could see at night. You could see the planes going into Love Field, but also the planes going into DFW. The traffic, they line up the traffic, and that was so weird walking at night and not hearing any planes, no planes in the sky at all.
Naked
for like 4 days, no planes in the sky at all.
Of course, it changed how we travel. You know,
absolutely.
You can't go say goodbye to your family at the gate anymore.
At the gate anymore, nope.
Security is a massive pain in the butt, but it's for the better. Yeah. I think at least the majority, maybe not becoming a surveilled state was worth it, but a lot of our security updates have, paid dividends. French authorities announced they prevented 3 different attacks that were planned for the Paris Olympics today. They were just kind of, given a debriefing. Country's counterterrorism prosecutor announced it. Says a total of 5 people were arrested during the games on those sorts of suspicions. Yeah. He did not offer details, but says the plans involved attacking Israeli institutions or representatives.
Yeah, then we had that in 1972, right? Remember that?
Steve Kerr's dad?
That in Munich, the Munich games, I believe they had problems with that as well. The attacks on the Israelis and stuff is crazy. Yeah.
All righty. So that kind of ties a bow around it. I think for a lot of us, it's still a very visceral and real type of, piece of our lived experience, especially our generations and up. Maybe for a lot of you out there, you're too young or not even born yet to remember it. But definitely something that continues to, shape the world that we live in a big way. We want to, stop down and observe it in the most appropriate way possible whenever it comes around. Thanks to Lucius Alexander and the Pimp Cup there at Master Control here, 75 and Fitchy. About 75 minutes flawless. Just pulled it off once again. Wolchuk and Chiafalo will be back tomorrow. Thanks to Brian Broaddus. Thanks to Carter Freeman coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Cowboys Crosstalk with Bobby Belt is next, and then you'll get Fan After Dark coming up at 8. It's the G-Bag Nation of the Fan.
Football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown, and he throws a block.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Visit swbc.com. Now your hosts, Nate Newton and Bobby Belt.
It is week 2 of the 2024 NFL season, and we are live from the Cowboys Club at the Star in Frisco. Welcome to Cowboys Crosstalk. I'm Bobby Belt of 105 through the Fan. Tonight, we've got Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com.
Yes, sir. Mick Spag.
Also joined, as always, by 3-time Super Bowl champion and 6-time Pro Bowler Nate Newton. And our Cowboys legend this evening is, I was going to say fullback, but that doesn't capture it the right way, I don't think. Yeah. Weapon, Swiss Army knife, all around stud. Timmy Newsome joins us here tonight. Timmy, thanks for joining us.
Oh, wonderful to be here. Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna have to be a little honest. I'm gonna have to own up to my eavesdropping while I was sitting here prepping. Nate, I heard you were telling Timmy what a big influence he was when you were watching him growing up, and what a player he was.
Oh yeah, just he was everything. And when you get here, one thing I liked about these Cowboys that when I got here, they were all gentlemen. They treated you with respect, and if you wanted help, they were always available to help you. Yeah, that's one thing I can say about these guys. Even Randy White, the master, he was available to beat you up at all times.
He never took it personally.
No, he never did. He never did. He hugs me every time he sees me.
When you were growing up.
Yeah, I grew
you
up
had to be in college by then, right?
I grew up when I was about 6 months.
So, Timmy, it's we were about to use the term fullback, and like I said, I adjusted a little, went for weapon instead, but it's something where there was a time a little bit ago where people, it seemed like, were thinking the fullback position was kind of on its last legs, might be dying a little bit, and it's made a little bit of a comeback in recent years. San Francisco's gotten a lot of use out of Kyle Juszczyk. The Cowboys here have used the fullback pretty consistently. Hunter Lipke is a guy that they're really excited about. Does it gratify you a little bit to see that, all right, people are recognizing the value of this position again?
It does. I think the thing that it gives teams is that fullback that can block in the backfield, can catch the football and run it every now and then. So it's a very utility kind of a position, and I think it's much needed, and it helps in pass protection as well.
We were talking about how, we want to come in here and discuss a little bit kind of your trajectory. So you had started playing college football at Winston-Salem State University. You were a 6th-round pick in the 1980 draft. Just talk about your first recollection coming in here to Dallas and coming into what was one of the most storied franchises already in the NFL, just over even 20 years there. But coming in here, playing for Tom Landry and joining the Cowboys.
Well, first of all, I was not a fullback in college. I was a tailback. And so I didn't block a whole lot. And so when I got here, I just thought I was going to back up Tony Dorsett for a few years and then take his job. But that didn't happen, and Coach Landry didn't want it to happen. And so they moved me to fullback, and that's where I stayed. And then I kind of switched between fullback, backing him up, and then playing some tight end.
What was that transition like for you in terms of going to the fullback position, and was it ultimately stylistically similar to what you thought? Like, was it like, hey, football's football, or how much did you have to change kind of your approach when you got into that role?
The hard part was getting used to the blocking culture of the fullback spot. It took me a while to get acclimated in how I should approach it from that standpoint. And once I was able to do that, then I felt pretty comfortable blocking in the National Football League. The other part was running. It's a very patient kind of a position. You just can't go into the hole in a hurry. You have to be very patient. And once you see the crease, you have to take it and move the pile.
So you went from in high school from cornerback safety to a running back. So did that enter that cornerback in high school or safety, that ability to hit, take over when you became a fullback?
It did. It helped me a lot. So, going from one to the other enabled me to have that, kind of gladiator mentality when it came to playing fullback in the pros.
Did you feel like you had to bulk up?
That's exactly what I did when I was in college. I entered Winston-Salem State University as 180 pounds, and I left at 240 and ran a 4.540.
No way.
Yes.
Well, how'd you do that?
Ate a lot, and lifted a lot of weights.
It's such a when we talk about the fullback position, the Cowboys have such a deep history at the position. In terms of, you just look at the guy that you came in here and replaced, the late Robert Newhouse, who is one of the, famous for the giant thigh pads that were just massive. And then after you, obviously, came in Daryl Moose Johnston. when you got here, how much did you lean potentially on Robert Newhouse to kind of show you the way or give you some chops? Or was there a little bit more of like a competitive nature to it of like, okay, we're more competitors than we are guys showing you the ropes here?
Not at all. I'll tell you a quick story. I was struggling at fullback my second year, and Robert looked at me one day in the cafeteria. He says, look, if you keep playing like that, you're going to cause me to play a couple of more years, and it's time for me to go. He said, come to my room tonight, and I'm going to show you how to take my job. And I thought he was joking. He said, no, I'm serious. Come to the room tonight. So I went to his room, and he taught me how to block. He said, look, when you block, you run through the guy just like you run the football. He said, you keep your feet moving, and then you widen your base, and you do the things that you have to do to be successful. And that's exactly what I was able to do because of his advice. So he was a wonderful person, a wonderful teammate, and I learned a lot from him in a short period of time.
Mickey, in your time covering the National Football League, have you known a lot of guys whose thought process is, come to my hotel room, I'm going to show you how to take my job?
No. I got a feeling that has faded away, right? No one wants to help anybody take their job anymore.
You know,
the money's too important,
yes,
right?
Yeah, absolutely. This is it's kind of funny. It reminds me of I know a story you told late last year while we were doing this, Nate, was about the late Larry Allen, who you had mentioned that the first time you saw him on the practice field, your first thought was, goodness, I hope this guy doesn't play guard.
Hey, boy, yo, made me cuss. He was special. I mean, and you saw how he moved and the power and the grace. I have never seen a big man move like that. And I reached over and touched the Big E. I said, somebody about to lose their job. I think I better get the weight down and get the playing a little better. Yeah.
Well, whose job did he take?
I think somebody got hurt. Somebody left.
Yeah, first job he took was it was Eric when Eric got hurt. Eric Williams.
Somebody got hurt, and then he moved to right tackle. And then the next year, I think Kevin Gogan left, and
that was Gogan,
already gone.
basically.
Yeah, so Gogan left, and boom, right guard was his job, and I was like, yes, yes, yes.
So that was the year Eric got in the auto accident.
No,
94, the first
94.
year. Yeah, right before the Bengals game that year.
Because he came in as a guard, and it's like out of necessity he had to play tackle.
Yes,
had to play tackle, and then had the ankle injury that made it tough in the 94 NFC title game there. So, Timmy, you know, when we talk about the fullback position, I know we'll hear offensive linemen talk a lot about, for instance, you think maybe a mobile quarterback is something that's a big benefit. Nate, you can maybe speak to this. I've heard offensive linemen talk about sometimes having a mobile guy back there is not as helpful as you think, because you think you've blocked somebody out of the way or done your job, and then the guy's running right into it, and he's kind of getting out of the pocket. Is there any sort of do you have to have a feel, like when you're blocking for Tony Dorsett and you're kind of lead blocking, do you need to have any sort of a feel for the type of runner he is, or is it just more, hey, here's my key, here's my spot where I need to be, and Tony's going to take care of things behind that?
Well, 90% of the time I would always block from the inside out. So I would always take the inside shoulder of the guy I was blocking and pushing him out, because Tony was a very good inside runner. And so I always protected the most dangerous place that defender could be, and normally that was on my outside shoulder and his inside.
What was it? Is it something where you get feedback from guys like Tony or the backs that are behind you where they say, hey, can you change this up, or could I have you do this a little bit? Like, are you guys in communication with things like that?
No, it's pre-scripted during the week, and we practice it during the practice times. And so once we do that, when we go into games, then it's pretty much as was previously scheduled to perform and do it in a way that kind of makes sense to everybody. There are certain improvisations that happen, but as a whole, we stick to the script.
So with the Cowboys trying to institute the fullback position again, have you paid attention to Hunter Lipke and had an opportunity to kind of see what he's trying to do at fullback?
I have. I mean, I thought it was kind of cool at number 40. I said, that's Bill Bates, but no. But, I've been watching what they've been trying to do to get him into the flow of things. And so hopefully as the season progresses, he'll have more roles and being able to catch passes and do all the things that a traditional fullback used to do.
Yeah, and he bulked up a little over his rookie year. Mm-hmm. And they just kind of keep moving him around, guys, in different spots. I don't know what you call the spot when he lines up kind of right on the backside of the offensive tackle, Nate.
Yeah, H-back.
kind of an H-back, because usually
yeah.
H-back kind of a fullback, but he's off to the side.
Yeah, that's what they call
H-back.
H-back now. Yeah, instead of just giving him the name tight end,
Right.
they just gave him an H-back. He halfway between this and that.
Yeah.
I don't know if H mean that, but that's what it is.
I like that definition of it, that it's halfway.
Yeah.
I like that a lot.
Yeah.
Timmy, so you played from 1980 to 1988 here in Dallas, which is obviously right in the thick of the Tom Landry years. And I think for a lot of people, whenever they hear, oh, you spent almost a decade under Tom Landry, they always love to hear, all right, what was he like? Talk about your experiences. So for you, what were kind of your impressions when you first got here under Coach Landry, some of your experiences with him, and over time, by the end of that decade, when you look back, did anything you look at go, man, this is a guy that I think of differently, or man, I got to know this way that changed from the first time I got to see him?
Well, first of all, he's very detail-oriented, but he also believed in improvisation. I'll give you an example. We were playing the Rams on a Monday night, and we have this play called 41 wedge, which is really a 1-yard end play. Well, he called it on the 7-yard line, and I looked at him as I was going to go into the game. I said, Coach, that's not what we run out there. He said, just run it. Trust me, run it. So I ran it and scored, and nobody touched me, and I walked to the sideline. He smiled and just walked away.
That's always good. Now, people always talk about just the patience that he had and what a strong leader he was and what a strong influence he was. And, I remember there was a Danny Whitehead. I remember an interview Danny White did where he said he had messed up a play at the end of the game or done something he shouldn't have, and he said, I felt awful because I was the only guy in 29 years who got a visual reaction out of Tom Landry on the side. Was there was there ever a moment where it's like, oh, no, there were times where you could get him a little worked up or a little bit, or was he always just pretty steady and the guy that we always saw just stoic on the sideline?
His stare was the way he complained to you.
Yeah.
It's the way he looked at you.
I remember
what about you, Nate?
when I first got there, I was pretty quiet my first year, but for some reason, we was in the big. We went to Thousand Oaks,
right?
And we had this big auditorium where we'd all meet at first.
Mm-hmm.
It was like a gym, and they had rooms that was up. But I was at the beginning of a meeting because he would always address the whole team first. So I'm sitting up there entertaining y'all. I don't know what I was talking about. Y'all was laughing, so I was happy. I'm a rookie. I got the guys looking at me because I couldn't sing. So I'm doing all this. Y'all laughing, and all of a sudden y'all just got dead quiet. And I'm like, okay, my joke ain't no good. What's going on? And I turn around. Coach Andrews just looking at me. I just shut up real quick, and he walked on up and addressed the team. I'm like, oh my God, I'm gone.
All right. Well, when we come back, let's get more stories from Timmy as we talk here on the Cowboys Crosstalk. We're also going to talk about the transition that you went through. You're now into a different career field now and had a lot of success there. So we'll talk about some of that next here on the SWPC Cowboys Crosstalk.
Hey Cowboy fans, I'm Dak Prescott, quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys. But lately, I've been learning a new game, crypto. Sound confusing? Don't worry, even us pros were rookies in crypto once. That's why I trust blockchain.com. They make crypto easy. No confusing jargon, just the tools to help you win.
Prescott keeps it, slides with a first down.
Invest like your icons, where everyone is a rookie in crypto with blockchain.com.
Perfect throw, my goodness. Wow, did he ever thread the needle.
Visit blockchain.com/cowboys to get started.
Bell Nunley has been committed to serving their clients for over 4 decades. This Dallas-based full-service law firm offers an extensive array of legal services, including championship-level commercial litigation, mergers and acquisitions, real estate, intellectual property, and labor and employment practices. Whether it's the clients they serve, the cases they win, the people they hire, or the community they build, Bell Nunley is behind every great company. Go to bellnunley.com to learn more.
WinStar World Casino and Resort is the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. And with over 10,000 of your favorite games, we're the place for you to be a star.
Shine a star, no matter who you are. Shine bright to see.
Experience the ultimate in luxury at WinStar, where the opulent WinStar Spa, 36 world-class golf holes, and top-notch entertainers combine to offer you the star treatment you truly deserve.
Shining star for you to see what your life can truly be.
Experience a fabulous fall shopping day at the Flea Style Market at the Star, presented by Maker Place by Michaels on Saturday, September 28th. This vibrant outdoor market is packed with over 60 local artisans, offering a curated selection of fashion, jewelry, home decor, store, kids' goodies, and lifestyle must-haves. Enjoy a fun-filled day of discovering unique finds with free admission and parking at the Star. For all the details, head to thestardistrict.com. Don't miss this chance to support local talent and refresh your fall wardrobe.
Hey Dallas football fans, Buffalo Wild Wings will be hosting a weekly football feast live radio show with 105.3 The Fan's KNC Masterpiece on Fridays from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Join us each week for giveaways and enjoy some cold Miller Lite. Buffalo Wild Wings is your football headquarters throughout the season with wall-to-wall TVs, fresh wings, award-winning sauces, and great happy hour and late-night offerings. Stop into your local DFW B-Dubs for more details and a schedule of show locations.
Some things aren't just bigger in Texas. They're also better. Like football, barbecue, and bread. Since 1908, generations across the Lone Star State have turned to Mrs. Baird's bread. Time and time again, when it comes to standing for quality and freshness and a taste as true as Texas, Mrs. Baird's. Born in Texas, baked in Texas. Since 1908.
Back to SWBC Mortgage's Dallas Cowboys Crosstalk.
Yeah, check this out.
Broadcasting live from the Cowboys Club at the Star in Frisco.
At SWBC, customized solutions for individuals and businesses are just a click away. Visit SWBC.com to learn more and start your next adventure. We are live from the Cowboys Club at the Star in Frisco for the SWBC Cowboys Crosstalk. I'm Bobby Belt from 105 Through the Fan. You are listening to us on 105 Through the Fan or DallasCowboys.com. Joined by Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com.
Yes, sir.
Former Super Bowl champ and Pro Bowler Nate Newton, not
Yes,
Newton,
sir.
Nate Newton joins
It's
us.
all good.
And our Cowboys legend this evening is former Cowboys fullback, Swiss Army knife, all-around offensive weapon here, Timmy Newsome. Timmy, thanks for joining us. We appreciate you being here tonight.
Thank you.
We talked a little bit about, kind of your career trajectory, what you did with the Cowboys. You then transitioned over into, I know, the business side. You got into a field that might be kind of surprising for some people, where they just think like, wow, how do you go from football into the IT world? But talk a little bit about the transition you went into and the type of business that you have today.
Well, first of all, I majored in it in college, which is computer science. So once I graduated, I got here and made the team, and Gil Brandt, the late Gil Brandt, gave me an opportunity to work in the off-season in technology, and I was a computer programmer analyst for 10 years, my whole career. And when I retired, I just transitioned into it, and I've been doing it now for 33 years.
It's I think you hear a lot of different guys talk about when they get done with the NFL, and I think it's something that the PA has been really big on in recent years too, is just the post-football life transition and making sure that the league is giving guys the right resources and kind of helping them out. Did you experience anything like that, any sort of I mean, it sounds like you already kind of had a career in mind and some of the resources that you wanted, but how do you think the NFL does in terms of helping to bring guys along? Do you think that's improved any, or was there anything where you're like, man, I wish back in that day they would have had a little more resources for us here?
It's like anything else. You get out of something what you put in it. And so for me, I prepared for that day that football was no longer going to be a part of my life. And so they were very instrumental in helping me do that through that transition while I was playing. And a lot of guys, when I played, had different jobs. Roger Staubach was heavily into real estate. Pat Donovan was heavily into real estate, and a lot of other guys were doing different things. So in those days, the money wasn't what it is today, and so you had to do something to supplement your salary that you got out of football, and so that's what I did.
Nate, did you know you were going to go into broadcast? Was that like, all right, that's where I'm going, man? I want to be behind the mic.
Nah, Mr. Jones, believe it or not, I failed miserably. He put me up for a Monday night gig for Tony and all of these guys. He sent me over there to Hollywood for. I blew it. I'm like, bro, I'm not ready for this. Then I went to ESPN for a little while, and they tried to work with me. And then the guy said, I'm going to give you some great advice. Go back to Texas and get into their broadcasting and get into radio, TV, whatever you can do, because they know you and they love you. Because I had a lot of shortcomings, and here I sit. But it has always been things in place for guys that are like Timmy, who has a mature mind and career set. the NFL, and mainly the Cowboys, have always had people in place. They got Brian Wansley now. For guys that want to further their careers and better themselves, the Cowboys have had things in place, and now the league has things in place. So when a guy comes to the NFL, when he walks out and says, they didn't do nothing for me, that will be a lie.
You know, I think it's good you mentioned Brian Wansley there, and Mickey, you've been around the team for forever now. That transition, it seems like the Cowboys have done a really good job, especially, I mean, at this day and age, the time that I've been around the team. Have you seen the Cowboys go through that process where they recognize, hey, let's make sure that we're helping these guys a little more, giving these guys the tools that they can succeed? Because I think that's one thing that, like you mentioned with Wansley and the Cowboys front office, the Jones family in general, they do a really good job of is making sure, hey, here's some opportunities, here's some ways that we're going to help you integrate inside the community, stay around Dallas, and find a post-football career.
I think between what the Cowboys have done, what the NFL has done, the NFLPA, to make these opportunities available to guys, especially in the offseason. I've seen that increase significantly over the years. And I think, back then, a lot of the guys, I mean, even before these guys showed up, I mean, they had off-season jobs.
Oh, yes.
Because they didn't make enough playing football, so they had to do something.
Billions and billions of dollars they've been making for millions and millions a year. And they
it just wasn't that way.
They just start, guys here with the Cowboys have always been able to make a living because of the winning. They've always been able to make a living. It wasn't as easy in Detroit. It wasn't easy in Chicago. But here, the winning made people always want to stay connected. John Nyland. He, as soon as I got here, he wanted me to start business. He was chemical concrete and stuff like that. Hey, come, Nate, I got a job for you during the offseason. I'm like, I don't really have to work during the offseason. But that was their mentality. That was Tim and them's mentality. Hey, what is your second career? They start working on that a year after their rookie year. They start working on it.
Now, not to make you sound old, but there was a computer science program in college to take?
Yes,
when
indeed.
you were there?
It was one
Did we have computers?
Well, yes.
How big were the computers?
They were, well, to be honest, there was this IBM Key Punch 29 machine.
Okay.
So we used punch cards my first year in 1976. And then in 1977-78, we went to this kind of little terminal, and there was this big mainframe in Raleigh, North Carolina that we tapped into, and we would have these printed reports.
Really?
Yes.
So what got you interested in that in the first place?
Well, I thought I was going to quit football.
Really? was that a thing where you just you didn't have you were curious about how sustainable that was as a career, or was it what came about from that?
Well, playing at a small school, the coaches also taught health and physical education.
Right.
So I figured if I'm going to quit football, I can't necessarily be taught by the coaches that I quit football. It just didn't feel good.
Right.
You got to understand now, he was coming from defensive back. To running back. So I heard this story a couple of weeks ago. He's like, man, I ain't running no ball. I'm playing He was a shutdown corner. Yeah. He was an all-world cornerback.
Do you wish you would have gotten to stay on that defensive side of the ball, or were you glad you made the flip?
In hindsight, I'm glad they made the flip. But the reason that I switched my major was because I was disappointed that I wasn't playing corner.
Wow.
So I didn't think I was going to play football very long. So I'm in the registration line, and in those days, it took an hour and a half, 2 hours to register. And there was a guy in front of me who told me about the business program in computer science. And I said, that seems pretty nice. And so I switched my major before I got to the registration desk and stayed in it, loved it. We had about 250 students. When I started as a freshman, there were only like 10 of us left 4 years later in that program.
So what does a lot of your work focus on today? Like what is if you're just going to kind of explain it to the general masses, how would you explain the work that you do today?
Well, the more technical term is I'm a managed service provider specializing in unified communications and collaborations products and services.
Sure, I know what that means.
Okay, I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. So now what do you do for real, man? You punch, what you do?
But I still do a lot of computer programming. I love computer programming, so I develop applications for businesses.
Okay.
Yeah.
Man,
very cool. Now
you went right over all our heads.
This is a Missouri guy. This is a Missouri guy.
You know, it's funny when he was talking about registration and you got no idea about this. When we were in college and had to get classes, we had to physically go through this room and pick cards
Yes.
out of a folder and say, we want this class.
And hope it wasn't already full.
That's right.
Because then you had to go to.
Because then the card would be empty for that class.
You have a set cards, what hours you want, and you got. If you're an athlete, you got to try to get it around at practice time.
Yep.
So if you get there too late, and this card is my class is full, but I do have a 6 o'clock. Well, we had meetings. Are we just coming from practice at 6 o'clock? Oh, you're a football player. That was a strike against you.
It was a traumatic experience, as I remember.
Yes.
I hadn't thought about that in ages.
You know,
God.
Timmy, did you find that when you transitioned over to your business career then after football, did you find like it was tough? Like some players will talk about this, I hear, where they say it's tough to turn off the competitiveness. It's tough to turn off the football player the first few years. Like you don't feel totally comfortable. Or did you feel like, no, I'm ready to move on to this part of my life now?
You know, since I was doing it while I was playing every off season, the transition was not as difficult. The problem came when I was doing it full time, and I was missing football enough to where I felt like I needed to be doing something athletic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's the part I had to get out of my system, and that took a few years.
What would you say to, I think in this era, you know, we've got the NIL era now in college football, and you're getting a lot of guys who are making a lot of money before they even get to the NFL now, and a lot of people who are probably feeling a little comfortable and I don't even need to go to class right now. I don't need to worry about this. What would your advice be to somebody who is going through this NIL era in terms of how you think they should treat this time in school? Like, would you say, hey, you know, don't get too comfortable thinking that this will always be there for you, because that can disappear quickly?
Well, there's a business side to earning that money while you're in college. And the college is there to get an education so you can make yourself a little bit more available to understanding the nuances of trying to manage that money. And that's what college is going to do for a lot of these athletes. And it's going to enable them to provide for their families a lot sooner. But however, they've got to still create an environment where they can intelligently manage the resources that they get early on.
Vic, hold on.
Go ahead.
Let me stop you right now. What y'all just heard is 30% of the students athlete. I'm that other half that's going to blow every penny. I'm that 70%.
I was going to say, other 70%, Nate, not half, but 70.
Yeah, he's that 30%.
You're buying pizzas for everybody.
I'm throwing a party. I'm throwing every frat. Kappa, Q, come on, Sigma, let's go, baby. House full of girls.
You're the 70% that has Tom Landry staring behind you. I got you. When we come back here on Cowboys Crosstalk, let's talk a little bit about the Cowboys' Week 1 victory over the Cleveland Browns, and maybe some other takeaways from across the NFL. Along with Timmy Newsom, we have Nate Newton and Mickey Spagnola. That's next on the SWBC Cowboys Crosstalk.
There is less than 1/100th of an inch of motor oil protecting your car's engine. Friction and heat causes engine oil to experience thermal breakdown, weakening its ability to protect the engine and its parts. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer is specially formulated to resist thermal breakdown, protect vital engine parts, and extends the life of your engine. It also stops smoking, knocking, and internal oil consumption in worn engines. Lucas Oil, the official oil of the Dallas Cowboys.
Whether you're getting ready to purchase a home, setting up a college fund for your kids, or preparing for retirement, you're working hard to live a life you love. And you deserve peace of mind knowing your home, loved ones, and future are protected. At SWBC, we can help you assess your personal situation and create a customized solution to make sure you're prepared for whatever life throws your way. Visit SWBC.com to learn about your mortgage, insurance, and wealth management options today. That's SWBC.com.
Are you the 2024 Dallas Cowboys Fan of the Year? The Dallas Cowboys and Captain Morgan are celebrating extraordinary, inspiring, and original fans. Nominate yourself or the biggest Cowboys fan you know for a chance to be named the 2024 Fan of the Year and win prizes, including a trip to Super Bowl 59. Visit DallasCowboys.com/Fan of the Year. Go Cowboys!
The Medal of Honor is our country's highest military award for valor in combat. More than 40 million individuals have served in the armed forces since the Civil War. Fewer than 4,000 have received the Medal of Honor. The National Medal of Honor Museum will be a place to preserve these legacies and inspire America. It's being built right next door to the Dallas Cowboys in Texas. Help us honor our country's greatest heroes. Learn more and get involved at mohmuseum.org.
Ashley is proud to call Dallas home. Just like the Dallas Cowboys unite our city, we believe your personal style brings your home to life. From furniture to decor, Ashley has everything you need in one place, making it easy to achieve your dream home. Explore incredible styles and budget-friendly options, perfect for creating a space you love. Ashley is here for you, serving the Dallas community. Proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys.
Whether you're in the courtroom or on the field, winning matters. As a proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys, Barberi Law Firm understands the stakes when your life is on the line. Our clients have a lot to lose, so we use our 25 years of criminal defense experience to handle each case with precision and dedication. Led by board-certified attorney and specialist Heather Barberi, we provide VIP treatment and a relentless pursuit of justice. Choose Barberi Law Firm for a masterful defense. Call 682-LAW-STAR.
Back to SWBC Mortgage's Dallas Cowboys Crosstalk.
Yeah, check this out.
Broadcasting live from the Cowboys Club at the Star in Frisco.
At SWBC, customized solutions for individuals and businesses are just a click away. Visit SWBC.com to learn more and start your next adventure. We are live from the Cowboys Club at the Star in Frisco for the SWBC Cowboys Crosstalk. Bobby Belt from 105.3 The Fan. I'm joined by Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com, former Cowboys offensive lineman Nate Newton, and our Cowboys legend this evening, and the sharpest man I think I've ever seen in a mock turtleneck, Timmy Newsome, joins us here this morning. All right, so the Cowboys, we did get finally an NFL game, and man, it felt like, I know we were talking about this last week, Nate, the idea of, boy, is it exciting? We're here for the NFL season. When they kicked off, it was like, man, this feels like about a year and a half since they left the field against Green Bay. Just forever. Man. And it was well worth it. We get a lot of news. We get Dak Prescott signing his extension on Sunday morning, or agreeing to terms on it anyway. And then the Cowboys go out there and take care of business against the Cleveland Browns. Timmy, I know you got a chance to watch the game. Kind of your just general thoughts, general takeaways watching that first game.
I was very much surprised to see how well the defense played against Cleveland's offense. And then, of course, the offense played well against Cleveland's defense in the sense that they were able to score early and often. But the thing that's most impressive to me is the special teams of the Dallas Cowboys. The kicker, the punter, the kick returner, all of those guys, they play at a very high level, and that's going to put a lot of pressure on opposing teams going forward.
Did you have to play special teams?
Oh, yes.
How many did you play?
I played kickoff return, punt coverage, punt return. I was even as a defensive back on punt return.
Right. Really?
Oh, yes.
What about you?
I played kickoff return, field goal, extra point.
All right.
So when you
kickoff return,
let's talk about that. Just kind of go around real quick before we get into more specifics about the game. The thoughts on the new kickoff, which I'm excited about because it's going to give you more kick returns, which is something we've heard or saw the numbers this week. We did get more kick returns. I'm also, I think, going to be immensely frustrated trying to remember what exactly the rule is each time I see the ball kicked and where it lands and where it ends up going. But it looks like early on the Cowboys, Bones Fossil, his approach, at least in this game, he wanted to see, all right, let's bounce it a little. Let's see if we can take advantage of Brandon Aubrey, see, what we get in terms of coverage, how much we want to bounce it, get it out of the end zone versus just kick it out of the end zone. Just a little bit of experimenting. But overall, just kind of go around here. Timmy, what were your thoughts on the new kickoff rule and how it impacted the game?
Well, I like the structure of it. I think it's going to increase the number of opportunities for the kickoff return team to score once they get used to it. Once they figure out how to manipulate it and use it to their advantage, I think everybody's going to settle down and use it in a way that's going to make sense.
Nate, what did you think?
Move it, take the kicker, and move him back 10 more yards.
That's Belichick. Belichick said if you want more returns, just move the guy back.
Just move it back 10 more yards, and the strong-legged kickers will you can see the value of your stronger-legged kickers, but those that can't kick and they're more directional kickers, more precision kickers, now they can hit it in these sweet spots and make, because is it a rule where on that, as long as you're on that line, behind that line or on that line, you can move that ball anywhere you want? If I'm them, I'm kicking this thing from here across the field over that way. I will put it in the corner on the one and see what you can do with it. Yeah, just use it to your advantage. But to sit up and kick, Aubrey going to kick it. You can put it on the 2-yard line. He going to kick it still in the end zone. Come on, man.
Mickey?
Well, when he gets jacked up, that's what happens, right?
Yeah.
When they were trying to practice it in preseason, and it was like, okay, I want you to land it between the 5 and the goal line, he got all excited, and he kicked it halfway through the end zone. I think they need to put the touchback back, bring it out to the 35-yard line.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, when you get a good kick returner back there, why take the chance? I'm just going to kick it through the end zone. Now, what they did on the one, it's difficult to ask the kicker to hit a line drive, let it bounce inside that 20-yard line, and then roll. And if the guy doesn't get to it, then you get the ball at the 20-yard line. And that's what he did. I was asking Bones about it, and I said, so how difficult is that for the kicker to be able to execute that? He goes, it's really hard.
Yeah.
You got to have a really talented kicker. Well, if you're thinking, Aubrey grew up as a soccer player, and they were used to placing the ball, not just kicking it as far as you can. So that's something that they can develop. The other thing I noticed, Bobby, was that everybody was wondering who was going to do well, you knew Turpin was going to do it, right? Yeah. And then in training camp, they had Deuce back there, and they had other guys that could run. But I was thinking, if you can anticipate where they're going to kick the ball, I'm putting Turpin there, and I want to put a guy that can block back there. And if you noticed in the game, they had Wanye Thomas.
Yeah.
And he was a kick returner, by the way, at Georgia Tech. But he's big enough as a safety to be able to go and you get an extra blocker instead of having 2 return guys. So I thought that was interesting that he kind of manipulated it that way.
Yeah, there's a big advantage the Cowboys have in their special teams and these kind of things in general because Aubrey is such a strong-legged kicker, and he's a real weapon for you. And then on the other flip side of it, Kevontae Turpin is one of the more electric return guys in the league. And then you've got the guy who's kind of masterminding, orchestrating it all is Bones Fossil, who is one of the bigger special teams gurus that we have in the NFL today. One more special teams question for you. Were you, like me, kind of selfishly, internally looking and saying, please kick the 71-yarder? I wanted to I know it was probably reckless, but kicking the 71-yarder, I was standing next to some Cleveland beat reporters, Mick, when they were lining up for it.
Yeah.
And I heard them talking, they're going, there's no way you can make this. Why would you even fake like you're lining up for this? And I was like, please, Mike McCarthy, kick this ball.
Go ahead and
so
do
these
it.
Cleveland riders can see he can do it.
That's right.
They need to learn about Brandon Aubrey. But were you hoping to?
I was hoping that they go ahead and just try it. What did they have to lose?
I would absolutely love it. Now,
and the Browns blew it because they put the return guy back in the end zone.
Yes. Exactly. It totally ruined the setup there. All right, Timmy, so watching the second half of the game, I think if there was one criticism I have for this game, which is a really dominant performance overall for the Cowboys, that second half, it's like you never got the finish them off drive. If you wanted just all you needed really was one extended scoring drive that probably would have put it away and made you feel comfortable to go ahead and say, all right, let's wrap this thing up today. Never really got that. You think that's just, all right, that's first game rust, or maybe you're trying some things out, or just credit to that's a really good Cleveland defense that made some adjustments in the second half and was able to take some things away?
Well, I mean, let's face it. Cleveland had the third best defense in the National Football League a year ago. So they weren't chopped liver. And so they came out that third quarter. Dallas got a little bit conservative. And then, of course, Cleveland was able to respond to those tough situations, and Dallas had to punt the football and change of possession. But, that's football. And so hopefully in the future those things can be corrected.
I saw some numbers. We've talked so much about the passing game. Now that's the modern NFL now. This week there were only 2 passers that threw for 300 yards. It's the fewest that's done that in week 1 since 2005. You had 7 guys that ran for 100 yards. You had more guys that ran for 120 yards this week than caught 120 receiving yards this week. The efficiency, the per-play efficiency, some of the metrics said running the ball was more efficient this week than it was to pass the ball, which that has never been the case over the last decade of the NFL. Do you think the running game is making a little bit of a comeback? And if so, is Dallas equipped to play the game that way this year?
Well, I certainly hope so, because the thing that's, I think, going to be important is when you have a special team kicker like we have, they can keep the chains moving, and the runner can protect the football a little bit better, and they not do more riskier things in terms of trying to move the ball down the field. So hopefully as the season progresses, they'll run the football a little bit more. Whether it's 3rd and 8, you'll run a draw or something of that nature. So, yes, I think that's going to vastly improve.
Do you think these coaches have figured out that without enough work in the offseason, they're limited to what they can do, especially from an offensive line standpoint?
Yeah, contact with the players.
They're limited in training camp, and you're not playing guys in preseason games. Is it easier to develop a running game maybe than a passing game?
I wouldn't more say it's efficient. Right now, when you don't know who your players are, we didn't have CDN. You don't know who your players are. You're trying to gel. The most safe and efficient way is to run the ball. Back in the old days, they said when you pass, 2 things can happen bad.
That's right.
Versus, when you just hand the ball off, maybe 1. So most coaches are saying, let's keep this game tight. Let's keep it tight, especially if you have a defense. Let's keep this game tight and let our defense help us win and play field position if you have the punter and the punters to do it. That's what the Cowboys did. Mm-hmm. Now, what happened in the second half is you got still 2 rookie guys on the offensive line that you still trying to work into this deal. So it should get better as the season go on. Everybody don't get a chance to play the Carolina Panthers the first game. It just don't happen. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, they'll be taking on the team that was lulled by the Carolina Panthers next week. Nate, really quickly, I know we talked about the Tyler Guyton, Cooper Beebe, the young guys having to step in. Overall, what did you think of the line play, but more specifically, those 2 young guys?
The left tackle's got to get technique. I try to preach it all training camp. I'm screaming, technique. And because he has a long enough arm and has the quickest feet in the world, just use it to your advantage. Quit leaning. And I'm Coach Solari is doing that. In this past week on Beebe, he was more of a helper. This week here, he's going to have overs and unders. That's where a guy going to be lined up on him. Now, he had a few times where he went one-on-one with guys, but he had an opportunity to step to them and help, and then they will come to him. This time here, they'll be lined up on his head. So he'll get a full dose of a different look. But every time a rookie gets through a game, that's a win without something major bad happening. They both got through this game. And now they get a chance to look at themselves like, oh, okay, this is what I really need to work on.
Timmy, this was the return of Ezekiel Elliott, which a lot of that is questions about, okay, how much does he have left? How quick is he? How's it? But a big part of what the Cowboys talked about is, hey, he's going to be a big thing for us in the passing game because of the way that he's able to chip, help the tackles, and the blitz pickup stuff. There was one specifically in this game where I know Zeke had blocked something up where if he's not there to really take that, Dak is getting absolutely destroyed.
Yes, sir.
How big a part of that was that for you in terms of your game, like the blitz pickup, and how important is that aspect of the job and the technique that goes into being able to take on that just straight bull rush almost that's coming at you?
Well, it's vitally important, especially if an offensive lineman is having some problems. Myles Garrett didn't do a lot of damage on
survived it.
And the running backs, they chipped him a little bit to help the tackle to prevent him from getting that quick escape. So it's going to be pivotal to see if they can continue to do that and also get into the passing routes.
When we come back, let's talk a little bit about this, finish up, tighten up some things from the Cleveland game, and look ahead to the New Orleans Saints. That's next on the SWBC Cowboys Crosstalk.
Todd thought it would be secure to jog in the cheetah savanna. Todd believed the big cat repellent he bought online was reliable. And now, Todd is trying to be faster than this cheetah that can run 80 miles per hour. But the good news is, Todd has AT&T 5G that is fast, reliable, and secure. And he learned the best thing to do is stop running and toss her the backpack with the beef stew. AT&T 5G. Fast, reliable, secure.
5G requires compatible plan and device. 5G may not be available in your area. See att.com/5G for you for details.
Some things aren't just bigger in Texas. They're also better. Like football, barbecue, and bread. Since 1908, generations across the Lone Star State have turned to Mrs. Baird's bread. Time and time again, when it comes to standing for quality and freshness and a taste as true as Texas, Mrs. Baird's. Born in Texas, baked in Texas. Since 1908.
Head to AT&T Stadium to experience Rally Day, presented by SeatGeek, on Saturday, September 14th from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Get ready to cheer on your Dallas Cowboys with tours of AT&T Stadium, autographs from the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders, ticket giveaways, games, and more. Check out Meet Jerry Jones, an interactive experience, and even play on the field. Visit attstadium.com/rallydays for tickets and more information. Go Cowboys!
WinStar World Casino and Resort is the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. And with over 10,000 of your favorite games, we're the place for you to be a star.
Shine a star, no matter who you are. Shining bright to see.
Experience the ultimate in luxury at WinStar, where the opulent WinStar Spa, 36 world-class golf holes, and top-notch entertainers combine to offer you the star treatment you truly deserve.
Shining star for you to see what your life can truly be.
It's big, it's good, and it's only for Cowboys fans. It's the Cowboys Special from the Cowboys and Papa John's. Get a large one-topping pizza for only $9.99. That's right, Cowboys fans. Get a large one-topping pizza for only $9.99 every day of the week. It's America's team. It's America's pizza. It's the Cowboys Special. Order today, in person, on the phone, or online. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's, the official pizza of the Dallas Cowboys.
Ashley is proud to call Dallas home. Just like the Dallas Cowboys unite our city, we believe your personal style brings your home to life. From furniture to decor, Ashley has everything you need in one place, making it easy to achieve your dream home. Explore incredible styles and budget-friendly options, perfect for creating a space you love. Ashley is here for you, serving the Dallas community. Proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys.
Back to SWBC Mortgage's Dallas Cowboys Crosstalk.
Yeah, check this out.
Broadcasting live from the Cowboys Club at the Star in Frisco.
At SWBC, customized solutions for individuals and businesses are just a click away. Visit SWBC.com to learn more and start your next adventure. Thank you for joining us here on 105 through the Fan and on DallasCowboys.com for Cowboys Crosstalk. We are live from the Cowboys Club at the Star in Frisco. I'm Bobby Belt, joined by Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com, three-time Super Bowl champ and six-time Pro Bowler Nate Newton, and our Cowboys legend this evening, former Cowboys fullback Timmy Newsome. Timmy, again, thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure.
Cleaning things up just a little bit before we head into New Orleans, or head into Dallas, AT&T Stadium for this first game against New Orleans. Anything from the Browns game that you say, hey, before you get back home this week, let's try to clean this up, or let's make sure that this is a little tighter as we head into this game?
Well, obviously, the third quarter was very somewhat of a lull, and I think if they can figure out how to settle that and increase the number of third down conversions, then I think that would be helpful. Because
like
that's
14.
Yeah, that's the thing that they didn't do very well is third down conversion.
Yeah, if they can get one.
Yeah.
They went 0 for 5 in the second half.
It was 49 yards of offense in the second half for the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah.
So
they've got to be able to convert on third down.
Hopefully things a little bit clearer. For you, in your experience, how much were you working things out quote unquote, like knocking off rust early in the season. Did you feel generally, hey, I'm pretty prepared week one, or did you feel like it took a couple weeks?
You're talking
to
about
get
a guy that play almost 6 preseason games?
Yeah.
You talking the guys
that's knocking off the rust.
We how many games? I came in and they was still playing 5. Just barely breaking it down for 5.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a different era. To that, when you watched that, did you see a team that looked rusty, that needs reps still, or is it just how do you look at some of those struggles?
Well, the Cleveland coach was asked that in his press conference about guys not playing in the preseason, and did that have an effect on what they did Sunday? And he kind of dispelled it and said, no, that's not it. We just didn't come out ready to play, yada, yada, yada. And so I do think it's an impediment not to play in the preseason. It's a very huge gamble to do it, but not to do it, then you get whatever you strive for when you don't play in the preseason to get that rust off before that first preseason game. And the team that manages that the best are normally the team that's going to win those first few games coming out of the blocks.
What I think helped the Cowboys the most is they played those guys in the scrimmage against the Rams.
Yeah.
And they had 2 scrimmages. And it's a more controlled environment than actual games. But they played firsts against firsts.
And I thought 30, 40 reps.
Yeah, I thought that really helped the Cowboys out a lot. And they should do that more often, because if you're not going to play anybody in 3 preseason games, at some point you got to play football, right?
Yeah,
when you first got there, that was 5 preseason games that year, because you went to London, right?
Yeah.
Did you play in every one of them?
Yeah, we played it. We got a series the first time. Then the first game we got a series. Then the next game you get 2 series. Then the third game you play all the way into the middle of the third, depending on how you playing. Then the fourth game you just play just a little bit, and then by the 5th game you was ready.
Last week, this game that the Panthers and the Saints played, you watched this and you saw 2 guys, I think, who looked rejuvenated. Derek Carr looked as good as he's looked in years, to be honest. I mean, a couple of those throws, the first big touchdown throw he had that game was beautiful, just with the pressure coming in his face and the throw that he made down the field. And then Alvin Kamara, who has had his struggles the last couple of years, has not run nearly efficiently. And I think people wonder, man, that physical running style, is he starting to break down a little bit? He looked really good in this game and looked really efficient. Any concerns heading into this one for you guys, for the Cowboys defense? And which one of those is more concerning to you, Derek Carr and what he's able to do with Chris Olave, or Alvin Kamara in that Saints run game?
I would be concerned about Derek Carr. He's a very streaky quarterback, but if he's on, he's on. And he can throw precision passes in a hurry. And so that's going to be key. The problem that New Orleans has is that there's a hurricane brewing in that part of the country. And so they're going to have to revise their practices in some ways. So that's going to affect their preparation.
They already did today. Yeah. They practiced earlier. Allen, the head coach, basically was going to keep all the coaches at the facility and said, we're sleeping here. You don't want to take a chance of going home and not getting back. And they were going to adjust their practice schedule for tomorrow, too. Sir. But they were worried about getting everybody to the facility. And it wasn't so much the wind and everything. It was New Orleans will flood if they get that much rain, right?
Yep.
And so you may not be able to get back to the facility.
Understand this here. They run, everybody know the zone run. Well, this is what I was trying to tell Isaiah Stanback today. They don't run. They run a short zone where he's trying to make a cut off of the center or the backside guard, and they run one where they're trying to get out to the tackle before they make that cut. Well, when they run that short zone, I'm worried about what our middle going to look like. Because they'll double the center, they'll double the nose, and then they'll slip up to the linebacker. But you'll go about 4 yards before they'll make that move. Mm-hmm. Alvin Kamara, he got that pack down. He has had a nice offseason. The only thing that happened to Alvin Kamara is he started having too much fun during the offseason, and it cost him the last few years. He's finally settled back in. He's ready to run. Mm-hmm. They got 2 nice running backs. I can't think number 21 name. They got 2 nice running backs and number 7, the quarterback / legit guy. So
Jamal Williams.
I am so worried that our older guys, Joseph and the other guy, Jordan, I'm hoping they're up to the task, and I'm hoping that Mozzie wakes up and realize that is not going to be a nice slip because they're going to run with you 2 or 3 yards. So that short zone, that long zone got me worried.
And Kamara's the guy who is punishing. Did you guys feel like, I mean, you guys had such a dominant run game, and then obviously, you know, the run game that you guys have with Dorsett and you leading for that. Yeah. How much did you feel like, man, if we can establish our ground game, if we can physically overpower these guys, we're just going to take their will? Because you'll hear defenders talk about that a lot. When you're getting run on, that can be one of the most depleting things for a defense.
Rams, Detroit.
Well, the thing is, it's been Dallas's Achilles heel for the past couple of years in not being able to stop the run.
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm New Orleans, I'm going to come out trying to establish the run early, knowing that you've got a really good quarterback that can have precision passes downfield. And so that's what I think they're going to end up doing.
Big key then this week, Nate, is that Overshown and Kendricks playing like they did in week 1.
They're going to have to, but more importantly, the middle of our defense. You know, we want to not call these names. We don't want to say Mozzie has to play. If you look at the Saints defense, their inside guys are very, very active. They're moving, they're eating up blocks to the point where you can see them holding the guard in the center.
Yeah.
You got to be that guy. And I said it last week, and I'll say it again this week. He got 25 snaps, 23 snaps. He did an okay job. Your job is not to be the man. Your job is to make the man. And the man was Overshown and Kendricks because you did your job. Continue to do your job.
My pet peeve this whole training camp is they got to be able to stop the run. They had 5 losses on the road last year.
You got to get the music.
Gave up too much run.
It's a big part of it, no doubt. Timmy Newsom, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Enjoy it.
Got the Cowboys winning?
Oh, yes.
Absolutely. So for Timmy Newsom, Nate Newton, and Mickey Spagnola, I'm Bob Zelt. This has been Cowboys Crosstalk. We'll talk to you guys again next week.
There is less than 1/100th of an inch of motor oil protecting your car's engine. Friction and heat causes engine oil to experience thermal breakdown, weakening its ability to protect the engine and its parts. Lucas Heavy-Duty Oil Stabilizer is specially formulated to resist thermal breakdown, protect vital engine parts, and extends the life of your engine. It also stops smoking, knocking, and internal oil consumption in worn engines. Lucas Oil, the official oil of the Dallas Cowboys.
Whether you're in the courtroom or on the field, winning matters. As a proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys, Barberi Law Firm understands the stakes when your life is on the line. Our clients have a lot to lose, so we use our 25 years of criminal defense experience to handle each case with precision and dedication. Led by board-certified attorney and specialist Heather Barberi, we provide VIP treatment and a relentless pursuit of justice. Choose Barberi Law Firm for a masterful defense. Call 682-LAW-STAR.
The Medal of Honor is our country's highest military award for valor in combat. More than 40 million individuals have served in the armed forces since the Civil War. Fewer than 4,000 have received the Medal of Honor. The National Medal of Honor Museum will be a place to preserve these legacies and inspire America. It's being built right next door to the Dallas Cowboys in Texas. Help us honor our country's greatest heroes. Learn more and get involved at mohmuseum.org.
Todd thought it would be secure to jog in the cheetah savanna. Todd believed the big cat repellent he bought online was reliable. And now, Todd is trying to be faster than this cheetah that can run 80 miles per hour. But the good news is, Todd has AT&T 5G that is fast, reliable, and secure. And he learned the best thing to do is stop running and toss her the backpack with the beef stew. AT&T 5G. Fast, reliable, secure.
5G requires compatible plan and device. 5G may not be available in your area. See att.com/5G for you for details.
Bell Nunley has been committed to serving their clients for over 4 decades. This Dallas-based full-service law firm offers an extensive array of legal services, including championship-level commercial litigation, mergers and acquisitions, real estate, intellectual property, and labor and employment practices. Whether it's the clients they serve, the cases they win, the people they hire, or the community they build, Bell Nunley is behind every great company. Go to bellnunley.com to learn more.
Spurs assistant coach Becky Hammond on inspiration.
I hope it's an inspiration to girls out there, being the first woman to coach an NBA team. But I've always been more inspired by the future, not by what I've done, but by what's coming next.
What do you want to do next? Whether it's buying a home, growing your wealth, or protecting your assets, SWBC is here to support your next steps toward financial success with personalized service and expert advice.
Visit swbc.com to take the next step toward your financial future.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios.
Had 5 targets on Sunday.
Right, but then he got hurt. So.
But then he got hurt, right.
And again, the offense, this is what I liked about Sunday's game, be real brief. If the offense wasn't up to speed, what we call it, September is now the new preseason.
Yeah, it absolutely
offense, we know is going to be great. It was getting ramped up. They're learning each other all over again, or whatever they need to do. The defense was surprisingly better. But sticking with that offense, the Cowboys did something today that may help them in case, somebody gets up yet. He's not going to. First of all, remember, there's a lot of people because he's not Zeke from 2016 through 20.
Yeah.
Those 4 years where he was just amazing. He's not trash because he's no longer amazing. He's now average. He's situational.
Yeah.
You put him on the goal line, got the touchdown on Sunday like he always does.
He does.
And he got you 40 yards. And they were not giving him the ball that much, but he was always getting yards. Here's what's so wild. He can do those things, but he's not a feature back.
No.
And they didn't really address a feature back this offseason. Again, Rico Dotto, he going to get hurt. He always does.
Yeah.
Just like Joe Burrow always gets hurt. I wish he didn't.
We're going to get to around the NFL,
and I'm not
too,
saying that Rico Dotto is talented as Joe Burrow. I'm just saying players who get hurt on the regular.
Tend to stay hurt.
Yep.
Calvin Watkins with
Morning News. Long-time beat writer.
Long-time beat writer coming up, talking all things Dallas Cowboys next. Don't you go anywhere. He's I'm Fred. It is 105 The Fan After Dark.
Right 2024 Dos Equis, imported by Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
Back here on 105.3 The Fan, the upcoming segment is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Appreciate that, Mr. Ross Lubinsky. I'm Fred Davis. That's a three-time Hall of Famer, CA, a.k.a. Chris Arnold. Let's jump out to the D&M Leasing Hotline. Welcome to the program. Longtime scribe, and Calvin, the last time, this is our first time talking in Dallas, but and you probably don't remember this because you've been doing this for a long time and have talked to plenty of people in your life.
The great Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News.
The Calvin Watkins. You were covering the Rockets for ESPN down in Houston once upon a time, were you not?
And Fred was down there with you.
Okay.
Yeah. Fred was down there running the streets with me in Houston.
Now y'all reconnect.
You already know what time it is. You already know what time it is.
Yeah.
I like Houston. Houston's a good town.
Man, I got nothing but love for H-Town, man. It's, now look, I don't miss that heat. I don't miss the humidity. I don't miss my power being out for, weeks on end. But, hey, when you're the...
You better thank J.J. Watt for fixing you up.
Well, and there's a whole nother story behind that, but I'll save that for another day. And Calvin may know what I'm talking about on that one. It's just funny how the energy capital of the country has some of the worst energy hookups in the world. But that's, again, we digress. Calvin, 1-0 are the Dallas Cowboys on the season. And real quick, number one, and again, this would be a perfect segue because, again, you watched this guy play in Houston. How surprised are you at the fall off of one Deshaun Watson?
I was very, very surprised. Because at one point when he was with the Texans, I said he's better than Dak Prescott. And
at one point he was. He really was.
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
AFC Championship game against Kansas City.
Mm-hmm. And you would get very few people to argue against that. And so then he gets suspended, so he misses a year. You go, okay. When you come back, you're going to be a little bit rusty. But, he wasn't a very good player when he came back, so you gave him a pass. Then he got hurt last year, I think, right?
Mm-hmm. Hurt his shoulder.
And they made and then
Flacco came in.
Playoffs. Mm-hmm. Yeah, somehow they made the playoffs. So then you go, okay. And then you look at him on Sunday, and I picked Cleveland to win that game. I think everyone in the morning news that covers the team picked the Browns to win that game. And then I go, well, goodness gracious, the Saints are better than the Browns.
Yeah, so it seems.
Sunday. And Deshaun was just, now granted, the tight end dropped the pass, doesn't have a starting tackle, doesn't have a running back. I get all that. He's been, there was all kinds of pressure on him. I mean, he probably should have been sacked 10 times.
Yeah.
He's such a big kid. It's hard to bring him down. But, yeah, he's just regressed. And then we see the lawsuit come out, I guess, today, or maybe it was yesterday.
Yesterday.
So I'm sure he knew something was coming. I think he knew something was coming. I wonder if all of this is just wearing him down, and he's just not going to ever be the same again.
You certainly get that feeling. Again, it just like you said, after a year off, you're thinking, okay. Again, it wasn't like it was an injury-related deal, like he's not working back from any catastrophic injury. It's just, I guess, the injury being between his ears.
And with that being said, Calvin, the Cowboys' defense is what excelled. That's what caught everybody's attention in that game. How much was that Deshaun's meltdown or Zim calling these great plays?
I thought it was Zimmer down on these great plays. He's got two dynamic pass rushers in Lawrence and Micah Parsons. And then Marshawn Nealon had a very good game, very quietly. He got the linebackers were outstanding. Demarion Overshawn, man, we've seen a lot of linebackers come through here, Chris. Yeah. And I can't ever recall a linebacker, and this is kind of like his rookie year because, as you guys know, he was hurt last year. I don't ever remember a rookie linebacker coming in here. Maybe Sean Lee might have been the last one, and maybe Van Der Esch, but coming in here and just what a performance. He was all over the field, special teams and defense. That was a great.
Was 11 tackles, led the team in tackles, and he was running. In fact, what Micah was just gushing over him today at the start. Tell him what Micah was talking about, Calvin.
Micah was like, I think I'm faster than him, but now he says, no, maybe not. I think Overshown's faster than me.
Seriously.
And Overshown picked up weight. So, yeah, this is I think he was like a tweener. He's a safety linebacker, right, at UT. And he gets here, he's a tweener. And now you got him, he's bulked up because Zim likes bigger players, whether it be in the front or at linebacker. And, yeah, I mean, that draft class was terrible last year because of injuries and whatnot. But I wonder if him and Mozzie also had a really good game, I must say. He had a good game on Sunday in Cleveland.
Mm-hmm.
But Overshown might be the star of that class if he keeps this up.
Yeah.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News, joining us here on the D&M Leasing Hotline. And so, offensively, I know that's been kind of the big, they didn't look great. And I think I heard a stat where they only put out 49 yards of total offense. But you also get the feeling, too, look, they clearly took their foot off the gas. They knew they didn't have to show anything crazy. And again, there's just something about, and you guys know this, and me and CA have talked about this ad nauseum, is that, September's now weeks 1 through 4. It's almost like it's an extended preseason because let's call it what it is. This was the first time this entire Cowboy team had live game action.
Yeah, sure. But I saw San Francisco run all over the Jets yesterday with a backup running back.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then I saw New Orleans put up 180 rushing yards against Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
So you can use that excuse all you want, but you get paid to play when the season starts in September. So, and Dak Prescott said, hey, we didn't play our best game, and he wasn't very good on Sunday. He was just efficient. So I don't give him that excuse. Everyone's in the same situation that you're in. And look at that Kansas City-Baltimore game that opened the season on Thursday night. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good football game. And they were scoring points. So
yeah.
I'm not giving them that pass on that. They went 0 for 5 on third down in the second half. The running game was okay. It was okay. It's cute that Zeke can jump over Denzel Ward. That's cute. But, everyone was excited because he made a little jump cut. But let's see what he's doing as the season progresses, and that's when you really get to find out what they're about. But the first week of the season, the offense was a failure.
You know what, Calvin? I'm glad you're out the running back room. We got Toto texting in because we were talking about Dalvin Cook a little earlier, and I was just basically saying I wish they had gotten a young feature back to go along with Zeke in his situational play. And so I want to know, Zimmer, we recommended, of course, he played very well with Zimmer in Minnesota. Do you think he has anything left in the tank, or is he just a repeat of what Zeke's going to do?
I'm not sure what Dalvin Cook's got left. He had a shoulder surgery, and he wasn't used a whole lot in New York. When he was in Minnesota, he was a very good running back. He was 4-time Pro Bowler, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think Dalvin Cook is here for Zeke Elliott. Now McCarthy was talking that today about, when Dalvin's ready, we'll activate him with Zeke. And I'm like, no, you're not. I mean, I could be wrong, but I'm like, I can't imagine having Dalvin. I can't imagine you have 2 running backs who don't have special teams responsibilities.
Right.
Active on game day.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So to me, Dalvin Cook is here for Zeke Elliott. If Zeke Elliott is what you said, if he declines, okay, boom, we're going to activate him. Unless all of a sudden Dalvin Cook's going to be playing special teams, which I don't think he is, because they were having problems getting Deuce on the field.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I was surprised Deuce was active for the ball game. And now they're down you're down 2 tight ends for the Saints game. I don't know if Ferguson will play. He says he's going to run tomorrow. And if he's able to run and he feels good on Friday, maybe he plays. I think you make him wait for the Ravens because that's a big game.
Right.
So I want you for the big game. And I think they're an important game too. The Saints play pretty good. Saints are pretty good. But, if I can beat the Saints without Jake Ferguson. I don't think I can beat the Ravens without Jake Ferguson.
Right.
So and then you got John Stevens hurt with the hammy. So, you got some positional issues there, but numbers issues you got to address. But I think Dalvin Cook is mainly there for Zeke Elliott. If Zeke struggles, then Dalvin Cook gets up.
I got you.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News, joining us here. when you look at this Saints game, again, we can kind of lean towards what we talked about with the with Dallas and Cleveland. Great. It was defensively, it was a great effort from the Dallas Cowboys defense. Didn't hurt that the Cleveland offensive line was busted up and Deshaun Watson's got more things in football on his mind and just isn't good anymore. Are we? I get it's only week 1. Bryce Young looked terrible again. This Carolina team looked terrible again. 1 for 10 on third down. I don't care who you are. That's not good. 195 yards of total offense. And again, this isn't the 85 Bears we're talking about here. When you look at this New Orleans team, where are we at as far as, the team? I mean, is this a scary team or is Carolina just that bad?
Carolina's just that bad because I watched the game and the first pass of the game for Carolina was interception. And I like Bryce Young, but I'm like, oh my gosh, did y'all really mess up here with this kid? And the Cowboys are going to see them in a couple of weeks themselves down there in Charlotte. I think Carolina's just that bad, and it's okay when you play bad teams. You're supposed to kick their tail. Yeah. That's exactly what the Saints did, right? So, I'll give you credit. It's like when you get in a boxing match and you get a champion, you find some dude that's a scrub. You're supposed to close the show, knock him out in 6 rounds, and let's go to the party. And that's exactly what the Saints did with Carolina. But the Saints have some talent. They got Chris Olivier, the receiver from Ohio State.
Yep.
I think he's the dumbest pick of the draft. Alvin Kamara looked really good.
He looked like he's back.
Yeah. Now Derek Carr, he's not a scrub. He's just, it's a circumstance, and he threw the ball well on Sunday. The defense is not bad. It's not a bad team. They'll be competitive. I don't think they'll beat the Cowboys, but they'll be competitive. But don't blame them because Carolina is bad. That's not their fault.
Speaking of those Saints, Trayvon Diggs was talking about that offensive coordinator and how he got some of those same tendencies that the 49ers have from that Kyle Shanahan tree.
Yeah, he said the Shanahan offense is an annoyance.
All the shifts and the moves and the pre-snap motions and stuff, yeah.
No, yeah, no doubt. And that upsets you, especially linebackers, because they're trying to figure out where you're going to be, and the corners got to communicate about who's got who, and the safety's got to be aligned. So there's a lot of communication that goes into that from a defensive standpoint. And the Cowboys have not been able to solve Shanahan's offense when they play the 49ers. So let's see what they do against New Orleans.
Overall, Kevin, just kind of biggest thing you're looking forward to on Sunday when they make their home debut, and what do you got in the works over there at DMN?
I just want to see if the offense steps up a little bit.
Yeah.
Now, they didn't have CD because he's home out getting his money, and that's fine. But the way Jerry talks, he's like, hey, it doesn't matter. We'll get him when he needs to be here. Okay, and they got him the ball. They did jet sweeps with him, and they threw the ball to him on some deep routes or whatever. Like one of the early long passes down the sideline, and CD made a nice catch on that. A good throw by Dak, by the way. But I need to see the offense put up the points and, average about 4.5 yards on the ground. I think that'd be a productive day for them.
Very nice. Very nice. Appreciate you as always, Mr. Watkins. Enjoy the game on Sunday, and we'll do this again real soon.
Calvin, you already know what I think.
What you think?
I think you're my guy. Appreciate you, man, as always.
Appreciate you guys.
All right.
Back at me.
Thank you, sir.
Later.
The one, the only Mr. Calvin Watkins over
so
the
mean
Dallas
streets in Houston, y'all was running for a little bit. You run into each other every now and then.
And I'll tell you what. Look, you figure that was probably.
Well, you talking about him covering the Rockets back in the 90s or early 2000s?
No, this would have been because I had 2 stints at Sports Radio 610, so this would have been. No, it's been about mid to late 2000s, 2018, 2019-ish.
Okay.
Somewhere in that ballpark. He was over there. He was, like I said, he was covering the Rockets for ESPN.
And speaking of ironies, for those who don't know, you should know this by now. This show is called The Fan After Dark because the Get Right is no more. KG's doing his thing. But Reg actually is in the same seat you used to be in down in Houston, where he grew up.
Doing his thing over there at the midday show.
Congratulations to him. For those who don't know, Reg Atatula is back home in Houston. And Houston week, when they play the Texans, we're going to get him on the show.
Well, and KNC has already.
Oh, everybody's
going
to be dogging him out.
Everybody's going to be ready and
getting that intel. Much love.
I'll tell you what, we're going to talk a little bit, and we're going to take a trip around the National Football League. We still got plenty to get to as well. We've got some fair or foul. We've got a few games that we're going to highlight that we're looking at on this upcoming Sunday, and then of course, don't forget you got Thursday Night Football. So I'll tell you what, we'll take a peek ahead. We'll react to a little bit of what Calvin had to say about this Dallas Cowboy team. Interesting take that he had on that second half as far as their offense was concerned, and are we giving them a pass when maybe we shouldn't when you look at other teams? We'll discuss that and more. Don't you go anywhere. Calvin Watkins last. That's CA, the three-time Hall of Famer. I'm Fred Davis. Don't you go anywhere. It's the 105.3 The Fan After Dark.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, let's scout the Saints.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
With the Fan.
Back to the Fan After Dark. This upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Appreciate that, Ross. That is the one, the only Ross Lubinsky. I'm Fred Davis. That's a 3-time Hall of Famer. CA, a.k.a. Chris Arnold, on a hump day. Taking you through up until 11 o'clock. And, of course, Rangers, I'll be honest, man, I ain't going to lie to you. I was knee-deep in some Texas high school football prep.
They got blown down.
Short end of the stick. I was going to say it was like 5-2, 5-1 maybe when I came into the studio.
It was the revenge of the Arizona Diamondbacks. That's who
they
were
Rangers mad about
beat
last year, huh?
Yeah, that's the team they beat in the World Series. And it was specifically the revenge of Jordan Montgomery, the pitcher, who wound up going to Arizona, even though he would have preferred to be in Ranger uniform or in Boston.
Yeah.
He was on the mound, and it was not a good night for Cody Bradford. So, but they gave up 5 home runs. It was just crazy. Just shake it off and move on. That was the series. They move on.
14-4 was the final score.
Ugly. It was so ugly, and it lasted all night. By the way, the next step, they're going to Seattle tomorrow night. Kumar Rocker.
Huge.
Makes his debut.
That's got the internet going nuts. That's got DFW going nuts. And Chris Young said that he's going to get 5 innings.
Yeah.
That you should expect DeGrom and Kumar to go 5 innings. And so
in Seattle. Looking forward to it.
I said the other night on the show with Blake and Tritely, I expect him to go 6. I expect him to go 6. I think he's going to be dealing. I mean, when you hear the numbers, I mean, these are video game numbers that Kumar Rockers put up in AAA.
Yeah.
Struck out 60-some-odd dudes, only walked 2, maybe 3, somewhere in there. And I get it, big league hitting, it's a different world, and that's why it's the big leagues, but we'll certainly find out tomorrow. So, you got to feel good about something. Again, we're getting down to the proverbial home stretch, and, you're just playing for pride. Playing for a couple incentives, I'm sure. A couple contract incentives, a little cheddar.
And for DeGrom, you want him to have that mentality, because this is what he wants too. Of he's used to pitching, not spending over a year off the mound. You follow where I'm going with that?
I know what you mean.
You want him out there for a little while, if that. And
he's done this before.
Yeah,
like this is not new to him. Where he's been hurt and he's had to come on at the end of September, early October, and what have you, where he's had to come in, pitch a few games, kind of get his mind
bearing,
right.
yeah.
Exactly.
His routine.
That's the biggest thing,
That's
right?
all it is.
And Jared Sandler's talked about this. I know you and I have both asked him, like, what's the reason for why you would bring him back? And it's mental and physical.
Right.
For both reasons.
So he hits the ground running in spring training, and then he's ready in April. Not like, he's still trying to get his groove back. No, he will be ready to roll
Ain't Stella.
like clockwork.
No, we need him.
Ain't Stella get the groove back now.
We need him.
And by the way,
him now.
Evan Grant puts this out yesterday before this game started. He was like, man, you won't believe this, but they're only 6 games back in the wild card. He said, I'm bringing this up because this is stupid.
Yeah.
You're not even trying to look at it, but lo and behold, baseball gone baseball. So again, we're not worried about the math.
No, we're
If
not.
it happens, it'd be a miracle, but we ain't trying.
really.
We're just going to see what we got for next year. Just that simple.
And that's it. And
That's
God
all you
forbid
do.
if something crazy were to happen and the last week they're the game or two behind, then yeah, we can have fun with that.
It makes it have fun. Just
That's
makes
it.
it have fun. That's it.
But right now, I think everybody's kind of accepted their fate at this point. And
what did I say about a month ago? I said if the Astros and the Mariners weren't playing with their food, this thing would have been over a long time ago. Any other division, the Rangers, they double digits back, and they're like, it just wasn't their year. And instead, they kept having this shot because the other 2 teams were playing with their food.
Well, and of course, it doesn't help. I mean, look, Houston, and again, we know what Houston's been the last decade. They've been the class of Major League Baseball. They actually have the worst record for a division leader in baseball right now.
That's what I was saying.
And so
that
it's
was
just
the playing with the food part.
If they were in any other division right now, they'd have been done.
The fork in the back.
This conversation would have been had a long time ago. So speaking of conversations being had, we just had one with our boy Calvin Watkins, and I thought he had an interesting take on the second half. That's been really the biggest bugaboo that anybody's had with this Dallas Cowboy team, right? I mean, everybody, you feel good about a win, right? A win's a win, as they like to say. You went out there, and especially in a game where, and I didn't even realize this listening to Calvin, I mean, nobody from the Dallas Morning News picked
most people
the Cowboys to win this game.
I looked at all these guys picking. I'm talking about the media experts nationally.
People picked against the Cowboys
because the Cleveland Browns have an elite defense. It was number 1 in the league last year, and they also felt like CeeDee Lamb just came back.
Yeah,
and it wasn't even about Dak got his contract. It was about the defense was suspect, and Watson got something to prove. Amari's trying to get him a new contract, so it was like the odds makers in Vegas were saying it was a 3-point favorite, which means it's a pick 'em.
Push, yeah.
And so with that being said, home field and the crowd, a lot of people were picking Cleveland. But you know who was right?
I know we were.
We were right. We both picked them to win. But guess who was right?
Boy, Isaiah Standback.
Standback. We had him on the show Sunday.
We had Isaiah on the show. He predicted 31-17 because I even looked at you after he said that, and I said, wow, that's
a
been
lot
the
of
biggest
points.
spread that anybody's had. And, boom, they had 33 and damn near could have had 36. But no. But what we threw out to Calvin was, again, the biggest bugaboo of the ball game for your Dallas Cowboys. I mean, everybody... Special teams was phenomenal. Defense was phenomenal. Offense was good, not great in the first half, and left everything to be desired in the second half. I didn't make a whole lot of it other than the one thing about the National Football League is that, sometimes teams will just take their foot off the gas.
They sure will.
Look, we hear about prevent defense. That was prevent offense. Okay? That was prevent offense, what we saw on Sunday afternoon. And that was as much about, to me, McCarthy saying, look, this game's in the bag. We already know they pose zero threat to us in this second half. So, you know what? We're going to play with our food, essentially, in this second half. And that's essentially what you saw. Let's let the defense get what they need to get out. And offensively, I think the thing about this offense right now, and again, I'm not... And that was what Calvin said, was that, he didn't give him a pass because, look at these other teams and what they did in the second half offenses. They were scoring. You know what? I'm going to put it like this. In the perfect world, the way they used to do it, not only Dak and Zeke when they were in their prime, or Zeke especially when he was in his prime, but back to Troy Aikman and Emmitt Smith days. Yeah. The Cowboys get the lead, passing the ball, and then they just feed Emmitt and run out the clock. But what they did was they would march down the field and score touchdowns. That's the difference. And what they didn't do Sunday was they would not even get a first down and bring out Aubrey. Bring out Butter. Yeah. He's smooth. He kicked those field goals anywhere, anytime, any place. Well, and you were able to get a couple field goals just for the simple fact that your defense, I mean, they could have had 40 points easily. You played the field position game in the second half. Everything you said is exactly right. They're playing
prevent offense, and they wound up kicking field goals when they could have had touchdowns. But more importantly, they could have saved their defense from being out there a little bit longer, and the score wouldn't have. I think they cost their defense a game where Cleveland might have only scored 10 points at the most.
Cleveland put together that, and of course,
because it was 27-3 at one point.
It was 27-3 at one point, but it's one of those deals too, CA, where it's almost kind of like the NBA in the sense of it's a game of runs, and so a team's going to have a run, and an offense like Cleveland. All right, I mean, they put one drive together.
Yep.
Right? They put one decent drive together where, God forbid, Deshaun Watson actually threw a nice 2, maybe 3 throws. I mean, how that touchdown pass he threw to Jerry Jeudy was probably the best, by far the best throw he made all day.
And if Amari had caught that touchdown pass, remember the ball was in his hands.
It was in his hands too.
Amari's got great hands, great routes. It's like, why? I'm looking at the Cowboys like, why are y'all letting them hang around?
Yeah.
If they score that, that's when things get dicey because the offense wasn't doing nothing.
It wasn't, and then again that goes back to, and to your point, when you don't have a running game that you can rely on to put people away. And so, again, maybe that's where Dalvin Cook's going to come into play. Is he going to be that guy that they're going to lean on as the season wears on? Hard to say.
Well, I think Calvin was right. He's there in case Zeke gets banged up. Well, you put him down. Because
he's going to get banged up.
Yeah, he will. But the question is, why not have a feature back? Because you don't have one. And that's why.
No, they don't.
And again, I love Zeke, but he is a situational player at his age.
He is what he is.
And those miles on him. And here's Dalvin Cook. I do not see him being a feature back, even though he didn't play very much for the Jets, and he looked great in Minnesota. I just don't see it with the miles on him, too. Give me some fresh legs.
You'd sure like to see him.
And again, Rico Dowdle, been here 5 years, but he's always hurt.
Well, not only that, but I mean, he didn't do anything on Sunday. Because again, if that was a guy that you felt comfortable that you could, hey, let's give him 50, because nobody would have had an issue with him toting the rock 20, 25 times on Sunday, especially if you'd have gotten first downs.
Right. So this goes back to what I was saying in the offseason earlier. If you knew you were bringing back Zeke, why didn't you just bring back Tony Pollard? Let Pollard start. Let Zeke do what he does on the goal line.
He balled on Sunday.
Yes, he did. Tennessee Titans. I want to say he had damn near 100 yards.
He had over 100 yards offense, had himself a touchdown. Again, just a solid all-around performance.
And again, Pollard is not, quote-unquote, a feature back where you give him 30 carries or 25 carries. But in a tandem, him and Zeke are still great friends.
Yeah.
That would have worked. And Zeke would have had no problem with Pollard. And Zeke would have had no problem with Pollard starting. You would have gave Pollard those carries in the second half, and you would have made those first downs.
Well, and it gives your offense a dimension that just right now it doesn't have.
Exactly.
And that's the million-dollar question that I think I have, and I think a lot of you guys have, is, again, when you look, again, this team, and I hate to say this, even though it's only week one, but, when you watch the gamut of games over the weekend, when you look at the Eagles, when you look at the 49ers, when you look at the Lions, and dare I say the Rams to even a smaller extent, right? Because, hey, say what you want about the Rams and what they lack in firepower, at least from the skill position. Number 9's still going to be throwing the ball, okay? And Sean McVay is one of the best head coaches, because the thing you can say about that Rams team is, again, injuries notwithstanding, that team comes to play. Each and every Sunday.
Yep.
I guess my thing when I look at this Dallas Cowboy team is, does it remind you of last year in the sense of, okay, these are the teams you're supposed to beat, but are you going to be able to hang with the so-called contenders of the conference? That's the 3-time Hall of Famer, Chris Arnold. That's our boy Ross Lubinsky behind the glass on the 1, 2s, and 3s. Coming up next, 12-year NFL veteran Tony Casillas and former Cowboy joins us next to talk everything he saw on Sunday and more. Don't go anywhere. It is The Fan After Dark.
Text away your thoughts to the guys right now on the truckwreck.com fan text line at 8. Of Arlington and her studios, it's time for the Get Right on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 2 of the program, rolling along on a hump day. And we'll have some hump day haikus coming up next week. We had a lot going on this week. Your boy had his high school football show that he was doing. Make sure you guys tune into that on Friday night. That goes from 10 p to 12:30 a. So make sure you check out. Jump over to a little 1080 KRLD on a Friday night after you get done listening to your Texas Rangers. And of course, you can hear my boy CA. You'll be on this Saturday doing a little remote action out at Globe Life Field. And then, of course, the Sunday morning tailgate show presented by the Low T Center. That's going down on Sunday morning with yours truly and the 3-time Hall of Famer. We had some breaking news that we broke this past Sunday. A lot of news we broke on Sunday.
And by the way, on the pregame show, I always do a player profile with one of the Cowboys players. This Sunday, it will be with Trayvon Diggs. He's back.
Okay.
He's back from missing all of last season. Kind of broke down into tears before the game started because he could not believe he's back at it because he worked so hard. Rehab ain't no joke.
No, it's a mental game.
Micah was talking about that, and he said people have no idea how hard Trayvon Diggs is working.
Well, not to mention because then you're isolated from the team as well. So tell you what, let's get our thoughts, or one gentleman's thoughts on this. Not to say that he was injured, but he knows the ins and the outs of an NFL locker room. 12-year NFL veteran, former Cowboy, Mr. Tony Casillas.
TC.
Tony, I got a question for you here in just a little bit, but it's kind of it's a football-related question, but you almost came to my hometown team once upon a time, back when free agency just kicked off, but we'll talk about that here in just a sec. My first question for you, though, sir, is this defensive line, which has been oft criticized in this off-season and had a pretty dadgum good kickoff to the season, you being far more apt at the all things defensive line. Your take on what you saw Sunday afternoon.
Hey, first of all, thanks for having me, guy. It's always a pleasure to be on with my man, CA, and thanks for having me. But, hey, to your point, I think that we have a tendency to kind of overreact. I mean, it's such a long season. I know as a player, you want to start off the season on just a high note. There's so much uncertainty. You got a new defensive coordinator, but I like this defense because for two things. The first one is that they have a lot of depth, and I think you're kind of seeing guys like be more patient, and there's a more technique involved, and brings me to my second observation, and that's Mike Zimmer. I mean, I have a lot of familiarity with that guy.
You've been knowing him for 30-something years.
Oh, yeah, longer than that. I mean, and we've been watching him. And and that's the thing about it. It's like you talk about guys gelling, and it's always about the voice. Sometimes the voice is taken differently. And I know Dan Quinn did so many great things. We talked about the Dan Quinn defense. But I just think that he understands guys' roles. And I just know my experience and watching him as a defensive coordinator at Cincinnati and obviously as a head coach at Minnesota. He takes guys and utilizes their strengths. And I think sometimes there's some defensive coordinators that will coach with the weaknesses they may have. And I think that sounds a little bit maybe more complex than it is. But my point being is that he has gotten guys and really identified, what is a good fit for them, whether it's Mozzie Smith, whether, whatever players, Marcus Lawrence, obviously Micah, but he has identified the team going into that from last year is let's go find some good linebackers. And I think when you see Eric Hendrickson, it's the first game, but I think it's just that knit because defensive linemen make linebackers really good, and linebackers can make defensive linemen really good at times, and at times where it shouldn't be a positive play, something breaks down. But I think that's my first assessment from that. Is that guys are going to play bolder because of just the confidence and level and what they're expected to do. And that's what Zim, it's very simple for him. I mean, he has expectation, and trust me, he is not afraid to get into someone's ass and chew them out. I don't care who it is. And you've heard guys say that. And I think that really resonates. So that's not an overreaction, I would say observation for the first game. I think that's reality because of familiarity that you've seen with Mike Zimmer, and that's what his players, everyone you talk to, that's what they say about him, because there's a lot of confidence that goes in what his play calling's about. So that's my first observation the first game.
Hey, Tony, you won't believe this, but you are saying exactly what went down at the Star today. I'm out there at the Star. Micah Parsons is doing his interviews. He's more excited than like a kid in the candy store. And he is basically saying the exact same things that you saying. He's saying he's so glad that E.K. Kendricks is there and he's got the green dot and he can call Zim's plays. And then he said, Zim is so quiet. And then guess what? When he texted me and he said, I got something for you. And he says, I noticed something in the game that we had you in some bad angles where they were chipping you. And he said, got some new plays just for you. And he handed him the new plays this morning. He said, Zim is so genius and he really doesn't even talk that much. And then he said, Zim tripped him out with this. You're going to love this. He said, Zim said, I got a horse for you if you want him. He said, are you kidding me? He said, yeah, but you got to pay the child support. In other words, you got to take care of him with the feed and the hay, And he said, he's going to name that horse. He said, Zim's already named that horse Parsons. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, he understands the thoroughbreds. And I think that
but he was quoting you, man. I'm serious. Micah Parsons was quoting everything you just said.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of, you can kind of understand that. And I just know that if you've had experience and as a player, and I think as a pure example is Myles Garrett, I think they were trying to do everything they could do to not, take the game to Myles Garrett, not make him a factor, slow him down. But you really can't do that with Micah, especially if you have someone that identifies that and really, will dial up some type of call and knowingly they're going to chip block. I mean, the worst thing you can do is like have a great player like that just sit there and just be ineffective when you can just get him schematically into the game. And that's what, Micah does. He's so athletic. And I mean, has been said, and you saw his impact, being able to move around and kind of isolate him. And the thing about it, Chris and guys, is that offensive line, it wasn't that good. I mean, I'll give it that. They, whatever the excuse was, guys get injured, but they realize that there's going to be mismatches across the board. And what are they going to do? They're going to put their best athletic, most impactful player in the benefits of DeMarcus Lawrence, the benefits of different guys and, across the line. But he's going to make it effective where he's going to put him in a situation where you can maybe stop him, maybe 2 out of 4 plays, but those other 2 plays, he's going to be a factor. And if he can hit on that, I think that's the brilliance of Mike Zimmer, because he is such a underrated play caller, underrated messenger, and that's what guys they respond to, and that's exactly how, like Micah and the players talking about that. I mean, that's authentic.
12-year NFL veteran, former Dallas Cowboy Tony Casillas joining us here on the D&M Leasing Hotline. We've talked a little bit. We'll move on to the Saints here in just a second, but I got to get your thoughts on this, just for the simple fact that, when you see a player that go from superstar status to, you got players asking whether or not this dude's even going to remain a starter in the league at this point. I'm talking about Deshaun Watson. Do you recall any time, and what's it like from a defensive player standpoint? And I'm sure you had situations back in the day where, you guys know the scouting report, that this guy can, what his capabilities are, what he's good at. And then when the game gets going and you say to yourself, wait a minute, this isn't the same dude we thought it was. What's that like from a defensive player standpoint, especially when you see what a guy like a Deshaun Watson did on Sunday?
Well, you're going to give guys their flowers. You're going to give them respect, but I don't know if it's a combination how bad that they were offensively and how bad Deshaun Watson was, and all the drama and everything that's gone on with him off the field. We all know about that. And I don't know if he's just, not the same player because he's got other things on his mind. I mean, that's another thing also is as a quarterback, you got all this stuff swimming in your head and you're not focused. And at that position especially, then there's going to be some really, really terrible breakdowns. And I think, anytime you get an offensive line that it's a weak link, and you have guys, and look, the Cowboys, you look at their players now, and again, I always tap the brakes because it is one game. It's a long season. If they would have lost, I mean, there's 17, 16 more games, right? So the point being is that you take advantage of that. And Deshaun Watson, for whatever it was, I mean, first of all, I mean, he had nowhere to go. I mean, there was nowhere for him to escape or go. And then, you know, his confidence was shot. And guys would be wide open, and he you know, it's
airmailing it left and right.
Yeah, it's in the dirt. So it's a combination of you inflicting your will, imposing your will, and then also dictating to them how the outcome and how the flow of the game is going to go. And then, I mean, next thing you know, I mean, you saw the stat: 22 to 44 plays or 0 yards or negative yards. I mean, that's unheard of.
Yep.
That's
really
fun, man. That's when it is fun. You're like, hey, let's go, let's bring it. Hey, this is a stat game. This is fun, and you know, it's just like, you know, blood in the water. It's a frenzy, and it's gonna. But Deshaun Watson, I think a lot of people. I mean, there's a lot of people that expect Cleveland to beat Dallas, but the difference was their defense and the fact that Deshaun Watson was so horrible.
Yep.
Boy, it certainly didn't hurt. All right, now let's look at this. Sticking with the same theme, and here again, you know, and I'm glad you said this because again, it almost feels like, and CA and I have talked about this. You have to preface week one with it was week one, right? I mean, you can't get too high, you can't get too low. I mean, if you're, you know, unless you're a Cincinnati Bengal fan and you're wondering what the hell's going on, but you know, to your point, all right, Cleveland's not very good right now. Carolina might be that much worse, okay? Like, Carolina might be the worst team in the NFL, and it may not even be a conversation at this point. Yes, the Saints look good, but boy, the Carolina Panthers looked awfully bad. What are you prepping for when this Saints team comes to town on Sunday?
Well, I mean, the Saints are – you saw what they did last week, and again, I don't know what type of measure and you know, how you want to measure that game, but I will say this: it's hard to win in the NFL.
Yeah,
you know, it might kind of sound a little cliche-ish, but really it is, because there's only like 3 or 4 plays in that game that change the momentum, could dictate, you know, the outcome and possessions. But I think it's this: I think you have to dictate the outcome of the game. And when I say that, when you got a team that you know you're favored and they're not good, they're coming in, and their confidence level may be down, they're always going to be up to play the Cowboys. And it'll always be like that. I don't care how bad the Cowboys are, but you're going to get their best shot. And, you know, New Orleans coming in here, they got a good quarterback. Obviously, they got a great Alvin Kamara, great running back, Alvin Kamara. I mean, so they have enough tools and playmakers, you know, to be able to create a lot of play opportunities. They're not going to be as bad as Cleveland. I will tell you that right now.
Right.
I mean, it's not going to be hard to do, but they're not going to be that bad. And defensively, they always play good defense. So I think it's going to be a good test. But Dallas, that's one thing they do. They do win at home. And, again, it's a team that, you know, once they get momentum and, you know, CD, you can say, you know, I would say the chemistry and going into that football game, there's always question marks, you know, being out of camp or whatnot. But I think that, you know, I don't like to get too excited because we've seen this team and we know that they win games during the regular season. And unfortunately, the narrative is what are they going to do in the postseason? And unfortunately, that hasn't been very good over the last few years. But I do think that they do defensively, if they can continue to, I mean, and they can get better. But it's going to have to elevate it against a better team, a more challenging team. But it's all about confidence, all about knowing the responsibility and really, really the depth that they have. And to me, I haven't seen this depth in some time. It's hard to come by. And maybe I've said that before, but I just like the way they're trending, obviously, on defense early on in the game. But I think their offense is going to be better. I think, you know, people may say they may not be a Dak Prescott fan, but I think the guy will do enough to win, obviously. I mean, he did that last year. But I expect him – it'll be a good game, but I expect him to win this weekend without a doubt.
Hey, TC, before I let you get out of here, while your career was going on in Dallas, you took a cup of coffee up in Kansas City, and Fred grew up a Chiefs fan. He's got to ask you a Chiefs question.
Well, sure. So you were, because I'm looking at your stats page or your NFL Pro Football Reference page, and so I could have swore it came down to the Chiefs, right? When with Schottenheimer and was who was it? Was it Gunther that was a DC at that time?
Yeah, I think it was at the time. It's been a long time ago, but to your point, Fred, it's one of those deals that just didn't work out. I signed a contract with Kansas City.
Okay.
And I look back, that's probably one of the I probably could have handled it a lot differently, but it was more like a second opinion. And I guess sometimes people, when they're younger, they act upon their own impulse, and maybe that wasn't the best decision I made.
Yeah,
but you came on back home.
Had I known it was a team of the Kansas City Chiefs, but today, no doubt about it, I would have stayed there. But it's a great organization, and I had so much respect for Marty Schottenheimer, and God rest his soul, and Carl Peterson, the general manager. But I probably didn't make the best decision at the time. But I felt like for me to be able to get through and navigate and deal with what I was dealing with at the time, and that's the route I had to take.
Was that 93?
Yeah, that was 93. It's right when I came. It was right after 93, free agent year.
Okay.
I signed a contract with Kansas City. I didn't report to camp because I was getting a second opinion on a medical issue. And then by the time I didn't report, and so they said, "Hey, you either need to report or else." And I said, "Well, I'll just retire." Or not retire. I said, so at the time, I said it was like meddling with the Cowboys. I never talked to the Cowboys released me. So,
okay.
And it was the free agency. It wasn't that issue. It was just something personally.
Gotcha.
But I got so much respect for Kansas City. I'm just jealous because they win so damn much.
Well, but hey, let's not get but you remember
for our fans of today, I want to see them do what we did in the 90s. We rehash that. It's old guys.
But you can appreciate what the Chiefs are doing now, though, because look, and here's the thing.
Nothing like that.
It wasn't like that in the 90s. You know that.
Oh yeah, but my point being is like the Kansas City Chiefs they have a chance to do something that no team's ever do, and that's go three-peat. And
yeah,
I mean they got a good chance of doing it.
No, they certainly do. They certainly do. So, well, Tony, I certainly appreciate you, my man. And like I said, you would have looked good in a Kansas City uniform, but nonetheless, you look damn good in a Cowboys uniform as well.
It worked out pretty good for me. Hey guys, I appreciate it. CA, always great to hop on with you, brother.
You know it, man. We're gonna do it again.
Yes, sir.
Holla at you, man.
Appreciate you. Tony Casillas, everybody, 12-year NFL veteran, lots of good stuff there. So when we come back, we'll keep the good vibes moving as we welcome Mr. Newey Scruggs, NBC
5,
right here in the Big D, joining us next. Don't go anywhere. That's CA. I'm Fred. This is The Fan After Dark.
Today.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Well, thank you for that, Ross Lubinsky. Just doing yeoman's work over here today, boys and girls. And let's keep that D&M leasing hotline rolling. Big shout out to our boy Tony Casillas. We had Calvin Watkins on. And, dare I say we saved the best for last. Last but certainly not least, however you want to put it. The one, the only Mr. Newey Scruggs from NBC5 right here in the Big D.
Dog.
Joining us, talking all things Dallas Cowboys. And
Fred, I gotta ask him something real quick.
Go ahead.
Newey, where are you right now?
I was at the Nelly concert, and yep. So he's wrapped up his show down there in Deep Ellum. I'm now back at my house.
Okay, so I gotta ask.
The show.
We gotta ask.
How's our boy Nelly looking?
Nelly's looking good.
Okay.
Nelly's looking good. Still in fighting trim shape. Could still get up there, make the crowd move. People enjoyed it. So
was it hot in here?
Shout out to the Dallas Stars.
Was it hot in here?
Yes, it was. It was hot in there. Did the Air Force Ones.
Nice.
All that good stuff, man.
Did Kelly Rowland make an appearance?
No.
Okay.
That's
curious.
okay. Did they do the song?
They didn't. The Stars didn't pay for that. They just, that was going to be extra. She wasn't coming for free.
Right. And props to the Stars because that's a good look, man. I'm serious.
No Tim McGraw either. Okay, no Tim McGraw either on the duet.
Exactly.
Well, did they do those songs and just have their voices piped in or no?
Nah, man. Look, he's got enough hits that he doesn't have to roll that out there,
Mm-hmm.
Okay, last question. Were any of the St. Lunatics there with him?
No, he just brought a DJ, and like I said, they cost money. I mean, so keep thinking about it. Now, you traveling on the road, you gonna go do this. You take your DJ with you.
Yeah, get your tracks.
One other guy, but for the most part, why are we adding extras? Why are we trying to divide it more to pie than we need to? This is a smaller gig. It's a smaller gig, and so right.
Well, I've always said
economically, man.
Well, that too, and let's be honest, it's not like could we name a Saint Lunatic right now if they walked into this room?
Nope.
No,
not top of my head.
I'll tell you what we can recognize, and that's your Dallas Cowboys getting off to a 1-0 start. And I guess Newey, we'll just ask you because again, it's been kind of a consensus along. Everybody, was Dallas that good or was Cleveland that bad?
Both.
Okay.
I mean, two things can be true. After the game, I asked Micah Parsons about defensively how they were doing things, and he said, look, Cleveland was compromised today without the tackles. He said Deshaun Watson's still a hard guy to get down, but at the end of the day, he says they're going to be a better football team down the road, which I think that's a fair statement. And the Browns have been good at home. So what do you do when the other team's got some when they're compromised? Hey, man, you go right at them. Mm-hmm. You go give them that work, and that's what they did. So I was impressed with what they did and how they did it, because that's what you're supposed to do when you're got a team and they got a weakness, go attack it. I thought the offensive line for the Dallas Cowboys with those two rookies held up very well. Mm-hmm. I looked at that and I felt like, man, you know what? It gets tougher. You got some serious pass rushers going down this list here that Guyton's going to have to face that left tackle spot and BB at the center spot. But you know what? Game one, they did well. And you have to look at those positives and take that view.
Okay, I got to give props where props are due. I got to talk about your nephew, DeMarvion Overshown, UT. He showed up and showed out. That's your guy. Please give us your scouting report on his NFL debut. Last year he was hurt. He's basically a rookie, but he led the team in tackles.
Well, I mean, look, that's a lot of Clarence Hill, man. You know, Clarence Texas guy, all behind this Texas dude.
Yeah,
you have hopes of what you think a player could be. That's what Will McClay and those guys have. They hit really well. Gary Patterson, who was down there at Texas for a year, he had nothing but good things to say about Overshawn. And, man, once again, game one, real good. Mike Zimmer's figured out how, in one game, how to make this player pop on tape. So let's see if you can do it again. Because, Chris, that's one thing we've seen a lot of times. Guys can come out and have a good game, but can you do it again? That's what the great ones have to do. Can you do it again? When people start looking at film, where do you go? Where do you overrun? How do we attack you? That's when the challenges come. So far, one game, good. You don't want to get too high about it. You just want to say, hey, nice job. Let's see you do it again. Different opponent this week with the Saints at home. How do you handle everything at home, too? Because you think about this. Now, while he's not a rookie, it's his first game. Now family wants to come in. Now you got all kind of other distractions. How do you handle those other things that go into you being a professional football player?
Okay, so I called him your nephew because Clarence Hill is his daddy because he went to UT. And I know that you and Chill both went up. Didn't you go up to Michigan to see that game with Chill?
No, I did not.
Why did I think you were there?
Derek Eagleton went, no.
That's right. He sure did. I saw the picture of all the Omegas hanging out up there. That's what it was. That's what made me think you were there.
No, I did not go, man. I just flew into Cleveland, hung out downtown, and really the first time since when I left there, 96, from working at Channel 5 up there.
Right.
I kind of had really just hung out downtown for a little bit and took it all in. So, yeah, I just stayed there. Plus, I mean, Chris, man, going to these games, it's a 3-hour drive. You got to get there 3 hours before.
Oh, yeah.
And then, game ends. You got, that was like, that's too much. I don't love Texas football like that. They do.
That's right. You, North Carolina, AT&T.
So I'm just like, hey, man, these guys, you guys enjoy it. It was fun to watch it on TV for them. Glad they got to go to the big house, and all my other friends who are Texas folks got to go there and enjoy it. But I just wasn't something I wanted to cross off any bucket list of mine.
Right. By the way, let me give you a shout out again. You're also TCU because you got that degree. What's your degree again? The new TCU degree?
I have an executive MBA, sir.
Boom! I'm scared of you.
Yeah, I'm always proud of that.
Newey Scruggs, Channel 5, NBC, joining us here on the D&M Leasing Hotline. You mentioned hope and that, from a defensive standpoint, hey, you hope these guys come around. What's the hope looking like for that running back room?
Mike McCarthy's a passing guy. I mean, can you think of any great running back under Mike McCarthy? Mike's had great passers.
Facts.
They run the ball. These guys are complimentary.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So they're complimentary guys. Every now and then you'll see a guy have like a Eddie Lacy have a couple of good years. Ryan had a nice little year, their Super Bowl year till he got hurt. But Mike's going to be about throwing the football, not running it. The running game will be a compliment. I really don't care how they get these guys together. Let's just see what happens.
Yeah.
What will be interesting is to see where are the Cowboys at the trade deadline. Mm-hmm. And if they get to the trade deadline and it looks like, hey, maybe we need to add a little punch, would they go out and do something? Right now, that's kind of my focus on it. Let's see what happens. He was praising Dalvin Cook earlier this week. Let's see what happens here. And if they feel like they're close, does Jerry actually live up to the all-in and go and get somebody who, a player that maybe a team is willing to part with? We don't know. So let it play out.
I am with you on this. In fact, we were talking about this a little earlier because the Cowboys just this afternoon reworked the contract for Terrence Steele, the right tackle, to give about $4.5 million worth of cap space this year that they could push to next year. But I was remembering last year, LVE gets hurt. Leighton Vander Esch is basically out for the season. His career is over. He retired. And all they needed was some linebacker help because what was DQ doing? He kept turning safeties into hybrids. And I'm like, they got to get a real linebacker. And Steven sat on the money. So I'm with you. I want to see if Jerry's all in and is actually going to try to do something if they need some depth.
And that also means that they, as an organization, as a team, they got to go. Those guys, the players, got to go. They got to go do their part.
Yeah, they got to be ready. They got to say, we're worth it. I got you. They got to do like the Rangers did with CY. We're worth it.
Right. force their hand. Their hand to say, we need some help. We're doing our part. We need you to help give us some help. And look, what we saw with Amari Cooper a few years ago when Jason Garrett was here, they were 3-5, and they made that deal. So that let's see what happens there and how they get along. We haven't even seen Dalvin Cook in the game yet to see what he can do, and it's just one game. But by the time you face your next game against the Saints, against Baltimore, then you get the Giants, you're going to get the Steelers. You're going to get a taste of kind of what needs to happen for your football team to improve it.
Couldn't agree with you more, and that's why, you look at this team, and outside of a CeeDee Lamb, you kind of question, all right, who's going to be that next speedy playmaker, and you just wonder if there's that guys on that roster, like you said, and what CA and I touched on, will they make a move come trade deadline? But you mentioned the New Orleans Saints coming to town. That's another team that, again, handled their business on Sunday against what looks like might be the worst team in the NFL, the Carolina Panthers. When you look at this New Orleans Saints team, look, anybody can win on any given Sunday. What would you say worry? I don't know if worry is the right word, but as far as an upset alert, what troubles you the most about New Orleans Saints?
Their coordinator is a San Francisco Kyle Shanahan disciple.
Yeah.
So they ran the ball 37 times against Carolina, passed it 23. So once again, for the Cowboys and the challenge for Mike Zimmer, how do you make sure you stop the run? They did a very good job against Cleveland in taking away their run and the competitive phase of the football game through 3 quarters. For a while there, after the Browns got the 3 points on their opening drive, the next 10 drives, the Cowboys shut them down with either by 6 punts, 2 interceptions, and 2 drives that ended in downs. So stopping the run was a big deal. So let's see if they can do it again. And Alvin Kamara is a guy that they'll also try to have him come out of the backfield on screen passes. And this is where Overshown and Eric Kendricks, your linebackers, are going to get tested this week. So let's see how they handle it. Parcells used to have that great line. Don't eat the cheese. And too many times Cowboy fan gets shot up with that hopium, and they just want to talk about singing "We Them Boys" and we're back and all that. It's like, this is National Football League. You've got to be ready to go at home. At least you forget, and one of the players mentioned it this afternoon in the locker room. Let's not forget Arizona last year. This team is not good enough to start overlooking people, and you don't want to sit up here and say, Carolina's the worst team in the league. Carolina, bad day under a new head coach on the road. It's not like the Superdome's an easy place to go ahead and win. The thing looked a little bad. Good coaches, guys figuring things out here, they can improve. There was a point last year you didn't think Cleveland was going to get where they were, but they ended up going to the playoffs. So I just know you don't want to judge things off 1 week other than to say the Cowboys were ready. They did their job. The Saints were ready. They did their job. Now here comes the test, and let's see what happens on Sunday at Jerry World at noon.
Newey, it's my first time chit-chatting with you. You've been everything and more as delivered. I appreciate your time on a busy Wednesday. And, hey, you got to see your boy Nelly as well.
Yes, it's a good day. I live a good life. God has blessed me. I appreciate all that I have. You guys have a safe night now.
And we appreciate you, too. You already know that, man.
Bye.
Holla. The great Newey Scruggs.
Is there a better night than watching Nelly perform,
man,
and then coming on and talking with me and you?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, come on, does it get any better than
with
that?
The Tolos?
I didn't even think to ask, and I mean, I figured you'd know. I mean, what was where was he watching him at? He said Deep Ellum, but where?
I don't know specific. The Stars rented out something because the Dallas Stars hockey team had some kind of benefit or something, and they got Nelly to perform.
Okay, all right, but it wasn't like a big venue or anything like that.
Well, they got some big not like the American Airlines Center.
But no, that's what I'm saying. Like a more intimate.
It might have been 500 or 600 people.
Well, the reason why I say that is this. The reason why I ask is this. Because I've always believed rap concerts are better in intimate venues than large-scale arenas.
I'm totally in agreement with you on that. Yep.
Large-scale arena. Look, I'm a hip-hop guy from way back when, but, man, you need a smaller, like you said, that 400, 500, 600. Man, that is the sweet spot. Because at the end of the day, it's like I need to be able to hear what they're saying.
Yep.
Okay.
And I'm with you. When it's in a big huge stadium.
When Jay-Z did his arena tour a few years ago, I mean, I say a few years,
lost
more like
a lot.
decade. Man, it just wasn't.
It wasn't the same.
Good. No, it wasn't.
Kendrick Lamar better step it up for Super Bowl. That's all I got to say. And again, we saw a little taste of him when he was out there with Dr. Dre, but we're talking about a whole stadium. And he's got hits, don't get me wrong.
He's got hits.
But we're talking about a whole stadium, which means it's got to be a big production.
Who's more upset right now, Lil Wayne or Drake?
Birdman, apparently, because he done tweeted out on his mama, he's mad that Cardi B, Drake, and Lil Wayne
didn't get chosen.
And it's like, okay, Birdman, sit down somewhere.
I mean, he's gonna come out. I mean, it'd be there's no way you're not bringing out Lil Wayne.
You would think in his
at
own
the
town,
halftime show.
You got to have some taste in New Orleans. You
got to.
Even if it's Masterpiece, somebody. But you would think Wheezy because Wheezy's plus,
and I'd love to see Master P though.
Plus, yeah, I would too. Wheezy and Jay-Z are cool. They are cool, and Jay-Z's the one that puts the show together.
Well, apparently, and
he paid his taxes.
I was gonna say there's been a lot of back and forth.
Jay-Z
Could you imagine?
took care of young Moolah's taxes.
All I gotta say is this: although when you brought up Master P, could you imagine Bout It at the halftime show? I mean, I don't know that they're ready for that. I don't know that the world is ready for Bout It at the halftime show. All right, I don't know if you guys are ready for this next segment. A little CA story confidential. CA, you got an idea where you're taking us?
We're going to go deep. Where were you on 9/11? I got stories next to 105.3 The Fan.
You get the...
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
Back to the Fan After Dark here on 105.3 The Fan. The upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Appreciate that, Ross. That's the three-time Hall of Famer, Chris Arnold.
Catch you
I'm
down.
Fred Davis. Big shout-out, as always, to Newey Scruggs from NBC Channel 5, from Tony Casillas, and from one Mr. Calvin Watkins as well. So great pulls by none other than the three-time Hall of Famer. But when CA calls, people answer, and that's just how it works. So appreciate them coming on and dropping a little knowledge tonight and getting some different perspectives on your Dallas Cowboys.
Yes, sir.
But you know what time it is.
Mm-hmm.
It's time for a little CA story, confidential.
Thanks, Fred. Thanks, Ross. Thanks to all the Tolos for allowing me to share some of these stories over all these years covering sports and all kinds of stuff down here in Dallas-Fort Worth. Since today is 9/11, we're going to share that story and my thoughts about that and what was going on, where I was, because everybody's always remembering where they were and what had happened. My story actually began before 9/11 because when I've covered all these different sporting events, when I go to the different cities, I don't just go get something to eat with the rest of the media or whatever. I actually, it's like, okay, if I'm in Cleveland, let me go to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Mm-hmm. If I'm in Chicago, let me go to Wrigley Field.
You want to see what the city has to offer.
And so I had been to the Empire State Building before, and so I said, let me go to the World Trade Center. And I went up to the World Trade Center, and unlike the Empire State Building, the World Trade Center is not open air out there. It's not like where you can go outside and you can see. It's all glass, but you could go to the top and see everywhere, but it's all air conditioned on the top.
Yeah.
And literally a year later, I'm on the air at K104, Skip Murphy Company, #1 show in town. Everybody's listening. And we do a weekly segment, actually, a weekly segment with this girl in New York, an entertainment segment. Her name is Flo Anthony, and it's called Gossip to Go with Flo. And we're calling her in New York. Well, in the newsroom, we got CNN on because we're talking about the news or whatever else. And I'm listening, I'm watching the news, and I see this plane hit, where they're talking about this plane hits the World Trade Center. And so I go into the main studio, and I'm telling Skip and Nanette and Flo, I say, hey, Flo, a plane just hit the World Trade Center. And I'm telling her because it's going to be big news in New York. I'm thinking it's like a little Cessna or something. I'm like, this plane hit the World Trade Center. It's craziest thing. This plane just steered off course and went straight into the World Trade Center.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the first reaction.
Yeah.
Then, you started hearing all the little details. We're doing the news. Sam Putney's doing the news, and we still have CNN on the studio, like we have here, different sports channels in here. And they showed the second plane hit right in the middle of the news. I said, Sam, we got another one.
That's when all hell broke loose.
I get a phone call from my dad, who's working for the U.S. Postal Service in D.C., right around the corner from the Pentagon. And he's like, it just hit the Pentagon.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh my God. So all this stuff happens. I've got one of my closest friends. His name is Brad Cox. He lives here in Dallas now, but he's from East Texas. And he was working on Wall Street. And his office was right around the corner from the World Trade Center. It was that same area. And the train comes up. He gets out of the train at the bottom of that building. So he comes up. So I call him on the phone to see if he's all right. And he said, yeah, it's the craziest thing. He said, we came out of the train station and you could see the soot and then people were jumping out of the building.
Mm-hmm.
It was crazy. And everybody had to walk home. And that, by the way, he was saying later in the day, they made everybody burn their clothes. It was crazy. While we were on the air, we had people calling us because they had family up there in New York. And this one lady calls in tears saying that she's watching the news on CNN or ABC or whatever, and she sees her sister jump. And she was inconsolable. I had my buddy Brad come on the air a little later. I stayed there. The morning show, everybody, we did all we did, and then they left. But we're affiliate of the Associated Press. And back then, K104 was more than hip-hop. It was news, sports, weather, traffic,
the whole
everything. Affiliate of the Associated Press. So we've got, the feed, the national feed. And so I stayed there and was helping get the feed going the rest of the day. That was just on 9/11. What was also happening on 9/11 in the world of sports, everything shut down.
Everything.
The Texas Rangers were on the road in California. And because no flights, they had to take a bus all the way from California back to Dallas. All the games got canceled. But at some point, they started back up because President George W. Bush said, if we don't do what we normally do, they win. We're not going to let them win.
Yeah.
We're not going to let them win. And
because they canceled football that weekend.
Yes. And because there was no planes flying and everything. I remember I was in Uptown having lunch one day with my buddy Cat Daddy from K104.
Mm-hmm.
And a helicopter flew over and everybody almost lost their minds because you had not seen anything in the air for days. It's like, what the hell is that?
Yeah.
And we're all wondering, what does that mean? It didn't mean anything, but somebody was able to get a helicopter up.
Right.
So let me fast forward this thing. So back that particular year, for like 8 years, I did Fox Sports Southwest Mavericks coverage for the Mavericks TV. I was the first courtside analyst. What Skinway does now, I did that, but I did home and road games. So literally 4 months later in December, Mavericks have a game in Madison Square Garden against the Knicks.
Yeah.
We fly into New York, and by the way, anything that was going into New York or Boston, the dogs had to sniff the planes. They were doing, it was extra security. Extra. Nowadays, you got the TSA and everything else.
Exactly.
But back
they didn't have it back then.
No. So they're doing all this stuff, and then we get to the hotel, and Donnie Nelson, the general manager, he tells us before we get off the bus, and everybody can fit on the same bus. This is not the football team where you got a couple of buses. It's one big bus. He says, I got friends with the city of New York, and they said we could visit Ground Zero because they're still cleaning it up, and they're still smoking. He said we could visit Ground Zero because the workers, it'd be good for, they've had different sports teams come by for morale.
Yeah.
And he said, if you guys want to go, we can go. And a lot of the guys wanted to go. Some of them wound up over. He said, but you got to get up at 7 in the morning.
Right.
You got to go there first thing in the morning. Well, I wasn't going to miss that.
I was going to say, I know you're there.
I had been to the top of it.
Yeah.
I wanted to see Ground Zero. Now. So me and Dirk, Sean Bradley, a couple of guys I can't even think about who they are. Steve Nash was really mad at himself because he overslept. He was so mad that he missed that bus.
Yeah.
And so we go to Ground Zero. And it was very moving. And also the workers were really excited to see Sean Bradley because he's 7'6".
I was going to say, you don't see many 7'6".
No, and they were really impressed to see Dirk. And so we talked to them, and they were telling us that they were loading up all this rubble and taking it to New Jersey to this dump, to this landfill. And that's what, and they were going to we're going to build another one. And they were really positive about it. And it brought the whole city together. They were all telling us some stories. So we get back on the bus. The bus hasn't left yet. And Donnie Nelson had told me before we left on the bus that he went to high school. There was a fourth plane. 2 planes hit the World Trade Centers. One hit the Pentagon, and one crashed in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
His buddy from high school was on that plane, and it was his buddy that said, let's roll.
That was his guy?
That was his guy. He went to high school with him. And I had him on G-Bag years later, and Donnie broke down in tears in the middle of the interview talking about that story.
Wow.
But back to Ground Zero, we're on the bus, and I'm sitting there talking with Dirk, and he's telling me where he was on 9/11, which was he was in Germany, in Würzburg, Germany, but his sister Silky, she was working in the NBA offices in New Jersey. And she called him on the phone to tell him, he said it was in the afternoon in Germany, but it was in the morning in New York. But it was like, it was just shocking. So he said, I couldn't leave the TV in Germany. It was just so amazing. And I said, well, I got a buddy who's here in New York, and he came out of the subway out of the bottom. I called my buddy Brad. and because Dirk wanted to talk to him and find out what it was like. So I put Brad on the phone with Dirk, and Dirk and Brad were talking and telling the stories and stuff, and it was just deep. So when I think about 9/11, and what also is always heartwarming, and I do not take it for granted, is when people come up to me, random people, and say, the first I heard of it, I was listening to you when you broke in. Even Jeff Kavanaugh, who used to work over here, my buddy Jeff, he said, the first time I heard about it, you were on K1. I was listening on K104, and you were interrupting Gossip to Go with Flo. I had a guy on, I do this show called Better Living that comes on Sunday mornings. You know, it's about people or organizations having a big impact here in North Texas. And there's a firefighter. He just retired. His name is Rodney Smith. He's the event director for the Dallas 9/11 Memorial Stair Climb. And they did this past Saturday. All these first responders, mostly firefighters, several police officers, because they got people from all over the country that went to New York to help out.
Absolutely.
And so this is like the 13th annual they've done this. This past Saturday, they went up to the top of the Comerica Bank building downtown.
Okay.
110 floors.
Dang.
And they also had, he was telling me about this over the weekend, different firefighters who lost their lives. Like it's a nonprofit, and they wear their badges or they wear their names or and they take it to the top floor and they bring it back down, and it's a big ceremony, and it's a big where they all camaraderie situation.
Right.
And they've done it for 13 years, and again, 9/11, I'll never forget it.
No.
And a lot of people, you know, were alive. Some people weren't, or they heard about it, or they're too young. It changed the whole course of this country.
Oh, 100%. And, you know, again, like you said, that was before social media. So, you know, radio, TV, that's where you got the news from.
214 says, man, CA, I remember this day like it was yesterday. I was listening to y'all and Kid Craddock switching back and forth. Yep.
Yeah.
So there's your CA Stories Confidential. I appreciate y'all.
9/11. It's, like I said, it's a day that, like you said, CA, certainly changed the trajectory of this country. All right, coming up next, final hour of the program. Nice, easy hour to finish things up for you, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take a trip around the National Football League. We're going to do a little fair foul, and then, of course, we're going to put this thing to bed. Don't you go anywhere. He's CA. I'm Fred Davis. This is The Fan After Dark.
The Fan is on YouTube, Twitch, Smart.
Nutmeg made.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's time for the Get Right on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 3, final hour of the program tonight. Ladies and germs, glad to have you on board. Our boy, Ross Levinsky, behind the glass on the 1s, 2s, and 3s. My man, the 3-time Hall of Famer, Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
That's Mr. Chris Arnold to those of you on
Twitter,
X or Twitter, whatever the hell we're calling it these
Facebook,
days.
Instagram. I call it Twitter because nobody X's, they tweet.
They tweet. Hell, even I don't even think Elon's given up on calling it Twitter yet. So there you have it. And I'm Fred Davis. So glad to have you guys on board. 877. We haven't even thrown out the text line. That's what kind of show it's been. High volume, high speed.
Lots of guests
on a Wednesday night, on a hump day to get you as we put a bow on week 1. We're now, it's over. It's done. It's in the rear view, Chris. We're not even talking about it anymore. And now, as our boy Bill Belichick would say, on to New Orleans.
That's right. New Orleans is coming here. It's on to focus on New Orleans.
By the way,
put on a whooping to Carolina.
They beat the brakes off of Carolina. And you know what? I thought Newey had a great line. New coach, on the road, and just an all-around rough performance from the Carolina Panthers.
Yep.
And
New Orleans took advantage of that.
New Orleans took advantage of it. Let's not get it twisted. They certainly did.
They did what they're supposed to do.
Boy, they did, didn't they? But here's the question. Is it no, I already know the answer. It's too early. But when are we going to start believing, if possible, or if it continues on, or what's the here, let me rephrase. What's the line of demarcation for you when we start saying Bryce Young's a bust?
Here's what's so crazy. He's the size of Kyler Murray. He's got to have a line to block for him. Imagine if Kyler didn't have Kyler's a little bit more mobile.
And
Bryce
thicker,
Young,
too.
And thicker. And he knows how to slide because he played baseball.
Yeah.
Bryce Young has pocket presence when he was at Alabama. But he's not there no more, and he doesn't have an offensive line. So he's gonna wind up with the yips, and he may never be the guy.
So he may get David Carr.
Exactly.
Is what you're
he
saying.
Might be David Carr.
Because David Carr, for those of you kids,
I felt so bad for him.
And we don't mean Derek, but we'll bring it full circle because we do have David come. Since Derek Carr is coming to town this week, but for those of you that don't remember, and for his brother, who was the number 1 pick in the 1998, 99, or was it? No, 2002. That's what it was. 98 is when the Texans was when Houston got the Texans. 2002 was their first year. That was the year they had to choose between what? I think it was Julius Peppers and David Carr.
Yep.
Right? You're a brand
was
new.
A great college quarterback.
He was money coming out of college, right? I mean, that dude was the guy coming out of college. So it wasn't like a total reach. Again, he had the size, he had the stature, okay, and I think he came from Fresno State, just like his brother, okay.
Like his brother.
So again, it was not a crazy notion to draft David Carr with the number 1 pick overall, but this dude got the brakes beaten off of him. I mean,
it's a damn shame.
He got.
You think
worked.
Shedeur Sanders from the Colorado Buffaloes gets sacked a lot?
Nothing.
Imagine
like
NFL players just beating down David Carr. Talk about the yips.
Pinning your ears
I felt
back.
so bad for him.
And he really did get the yips, too.
So, yeah. So I'm saying Chase Young, watch out.
No,
it could happen to you.
It certainly could. And again, the fact is, with a guy like a Kyler Murray is a special kind of athlete.
He really is.
Not just from and again, we get it because he's only, 5'9", 5'10", max. But, this is a guy who was a number 1 overall pick and a top 10 pick in baseball.
He's a freak. He's arguably the greatest high school football player in Texas history, which is saying a lot when you think about all the players in this state.
Well, you got people slamming their brakes right now.
Never lost a game in high school. Up here, everybody knows. Up here. That whole stadium. Allen's got a stadium with a Chick-fil-A in it because of him. Yeah, I know Louisville. That's where he lives and all that.
I got.
The bottom line
some type
is
of way about that.
He
left
got
my fighting farmers high and dry.
He got into the portal before there was called a portal.
He started the portal. He started the portal. He said, "The heck with this nonsense. I'm going. I'm taking my talents over to Allen. I'm gonna stay in Louisville though, just in case anybody was wondering." Kyle Van Noy just taking a trip around the National Football League. He's upset because of the medical care he received from the Chiefs medical team when he got his orbital bone broken. Helmet slid down his face. He had one of the I think one of the D linemen fell on his head.
Ouch.
Boom! His eye goes into the helmet, and of course I don't know if he's playing this week or not, but he talked about this on his podcast this week. And again, none too pleased with how the Chiefs medical team responded to him, and in his words, did nothing. So. We haven't heard anything from the Chiefs on that yet. No comment, but you don't want to do gamesmanship when it comes to people's health, right?
No. And then I'm just wondering.
That's not the time for that.
But here's what always happens: a lot of players don't trust the team doctors. They got enough money. They always want to get their own opinions from their own doctors.
I think he's just meaning on the field, though. He's saying that on the field they did nothing for him.
Well, you know what? I'm with him.
Yeah.
He might have a lawsuit ready. In other words, a settlement.
Well,
it happens sometimes. Are you saying he's blaming the trainers or he's blaming the organization?
Well, he's blaming the Chiefs. I mean, he's blaming the Chiefs medical squad.
His agent and his lawyer probably going to try to get something quietly done.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing.
I'm just saying that's what they do. What are you trying to say? You dance around.
Well, no. I'm just curious. What are they supposed to do?
Your personal thought.
Well, I don't know. I mean, here's the thing. I don't know enough. I'm going off of what he said. I just thought it was interesting that he brought it up because you don't hear guys take shots at opposing medical teams very often, right? And so I'm just more intrigued by the fact that
his own medical team or opposing.
No, taking shots at the Chiefs is what I'm saying. Yeah, Kyle Van Noy's not a Chief. He's a Raven. That's what I'm saying. He's saying that when he played on Thursday night.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear that.
My bad. So Kyle Van Noy, I don't know if you remember. I think it was like first, maybe second quarter, whatever it was. So again, he had one of his own teammates fall on him, and then his eye. I guess his helmet.
Where was his trainers?
Well, see, that's what I'm trying to understand.
Most of the time, the team has their own people look at them.
So the opposing team will run out first because, like I said, it's at their place, right? And you got guys standing there, but. Again, it's kind of ambiguous as to, okay, well, what were they supposed to do? I'm not sure. Plus, he was laying with his face into the ground. So, again, I'm not trying to, my Chiefs fandom notwithstanding, I'm not sure what they were supposed to do. And so, obviously, a doctor that is far more well-versed in this than I am can question that.
Are you saying you don't play one on TV?
I never have. I'd be more than happy to. I'd be more than happy to, like our boy, Tim Watley off of Seinfeld. So there you go, Breaking Bad alum. There you have it. So anyway, you don't hear that very often. I thought it was kind of interesting to hear that. We mentioned this already in the first segment or in the first part of the show with Deshaun Watson and the latest allegation that came out. Of course, he's denying the allegation. He is going to start on Sunday against the Jacksonville Jaguars. So not a huge surprise there. But again, if you're the if you're the Cleveland Browns. You've got a mess.
Yeah.
Allegations aside, and let's just put that to the.
He's not playing well at all. And I'm being kind.
You're being very kind.
And Jameis Winston is right there. Not saying that Jameis is the answer.
Jameis isn't the answer, but I mean,
put it like this:
can he be any worse?
You've got a quarterback. It's not like you have nobody. It's not like, you know what I'm saying. In other words, you got a team that's built to go. They're built to go. If Flacco could get them to the playoffs, they're built to go.
Flacco can exactly. No, they certainly are. Now the question is that offensive line is a problem, and we don't mean that in a good way. But you figure that thing will sort itself out as the year goes on. But regardless of how bad that offensive line looked against the Cowboys, and they did, don't get me wrong, but man, you're talking about missing wide open receivers. You're talking about looking befuddled. You're talking about taking sacks. You're talking about couldn't get out of his own way. Are you going to tell me that Jameis Winston, and hell, even the rookie quarterback they got, the number 17, the kid that played at UCLA a year ago or a couple of years ago, going into his second year in the league, and that was a guy that they kept on. I mean, they've got 3 quarterbacks on this roster they're holding on to, right? So again, you just wonder, doesn't help the salary cap situation,
right?
which is the worst part. If you're a Cleveland Brown fan, I mean, and I know you heard the Ken Carmona audio from earlier this week where he's just going ape you know what because, well, he still owes this dude, what, $150 million?
Yeah, it is what it is with these quarterbacks. We got a Tolo has more information about that Raven and his complaint about the medical staff for the Chiefs. So the 810 says the dude was in the locker room waiting on treatment. He wasn't on the field.
Okay.
Probably had to get X-rays and stuff. And it was at the Chiefs Stadium. He's like,
"Where's everybody at?" Yep. That makes sense. And again, I don't blame him. I mean, I'd be upset too.
I don't either. Like I said, look for a settlement if he's not able to be a healthy 100% athlete again.
No, that's
or
never.
if he winds up having headaches the rest of his life.
Well, absolutely. Our boy Joe Burrow said that his wrist is fine, and it's not that's causing an issue. If you're the Cincinnati Bengals, and I know you're a big Joe Burrow guy,
Burrow's the truth.
Are you reading? What's kind of are you freaking out after 1 week? I mean, this was a game that was at home. This was a game
I'm not freaking out. I'm all those people who are thinking that was the easiest thing to stay in that, what do you call it, where people bet on teams that stay alive and
suicide teams. Yeah,
they said half the people got eliminated on that game alone.
I bet they
half
did.
of them.
I bet they did
all over the country. So my deal is I don't care like that. I'm not the person like that. I'm like I'm not examining the carcass and saying, "Whoa, what is wrong with the Bengals?"
Yeah.
In my mind, they're missing a running attack, but at the same time, the Bengals have started slow the last 3 years in a row, primarily because Joe Burrow was hurt, had his appendix taken out, had a knee. So I'm not worried about them. They if he's healthy at the end of the year, they should be in contention. It's not about right now. They've started slow for years.
You just they have.
In other words, I don't think they're freaking out.
No, they're not. They're not. You just, again, you had a New England team that not a lot of people. You had people saying, "Hey, this is a team that may compete for the worst record in the NFL."
Most people were, like I said, half the people got out of that suicide thing. They are gone because they picked it wrong. Who knew?
I did. I knew actually. So
that's where this is going.
Your boy picked New England.
You were setting it up to show.
I didn't know you were going the suicide poll route, but I'll take that. I guess my thing with the New England deal was, and again, I am surprised that that New England won outright. I expected them to cover, actually. That's why I picked them to cover over the weekend. But the thing about the New England team is, look, that was a good defense a year ago. Right, and the one thing we know about Jared Mayo, I mean, he was a defensive coach. He was a defensive coordinator, right, or was on that defensive staff. So, and Jacoby Brissett is one of those guys.
He's decent.
And hell, you figure Cleveland probably should have kicked the tires on Jacoby Brissett if we're being honest with themselves. Because I mean, I'll tell you what, he'd be as good, if not better, than Jameis Winston. You can tell you that much. So, anyway,
maybe Jameis's price was better.
Joe Shiesty will be okay and will beat Fred's Chiefs. And, of course, that's going down this weekend, week 2. Some of the bigger games that's going on this weekend.
Oh, by the way, we were calling it the suicide pool. It's the survivor pool.
Survival.
Thank you, 214. Appreciate you.
What, as we were, it's
I just thought that was so clever, though, that half of them are gone.
Well, and especially, and what's worse?
They can pick any game.
You know what's worse if you're Cleveland? And real quick, just going back to the Cleveland part real quick, is, you gave $230 million guaranteed to Deshaun Watson. Meanwhile, Baker is off doing his thing and looking every bit of a legit NFL quarterback.
I always felt like Baker had too many coordinators. And I'm going to tell you. Let me tell you where I thought Baker went wrong. This is exactly because I've been keeping up with his career. He's not one of my favorite quarterbacks of all time. I just keep up with him because I like his swag when he was at OU, and I like him.
He had plenty of it.
So here's the deal. His contract was about to expire. He wanted extension or whatever, and he's playing with a bad shoulder the whole season.
Yeah.
And I'm like, dude, you should just set yourself down.
Yeah.
And he's going to fight through this pain. And see, he already had a bad situation in the locker room because he mentioned he said somebody who's holding out should be in there or something, and you don't ever talk about somebody else's money.
No, you don't.
And they're like, oh,
you do not
too
pocket
young.
watch.
He's too young and didn't learn right. And then the other part was OBJ's dad and him did not get along at all. When Odell Beckham was there.
I was going to say, he was
they
there.
Didn't get along at all, and so it was also, that was bleeding into the locker room. But more importantly, he was playing with this bad shoulder, and I remember they went into overtime in this game that either could put him in the playoffs or they were in the playoffs, and he took him into overtime.
Yeah.
But his shoulder's bad. Why does Stefanski call a pass play that turned into a pick six and they lost the game?
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, or a pick and they lost the game. I was like, why? You got Chubb.
Yeah.
But you're going to have Baker with his bad arm, with his bad shoulder. And again, I give him credit because he got a second start in his career when old boy from the Rams called him out of nowhere and said, "Are you ready? We got a Thursday night game. Stafford is hurt." Baker shows up the week of the game. Balls out of control. Gets the deal with Tampa, and the rest, they gave him an extension, and he's playing like he did at OU.
3-year, $100 million deal for, and
sometimes it takes that. It takes several years. Like Sam Darnold looked good Sunday. I'm not saying it's going to stay that way, but this dude's bounced around because he's got the talent, but it hadn't clicked.
What's the one thing, and you've been around professional athletes all your life, I've worked with my fair share, and they all tell you the same thing. As much as it's about health and hard work, it's all about where you go.
It's where you go.
And the fit. Because if it doesn't fit.
If it don't fit, it ain't going to work.
Well, you must have quit. We know that.
It's so funny. Cowboys are playing the New Orleans Saints. I was telling you this in the commercial break. And they're showing some live documentary on Archie Manning. Roger Staubach told me this years ago. He said I could easily, him and Archie Manning are real good friends. He said I could have easily been Archie. I said, what do you mean? He said he happened to get drafted by the Saints. I got drafted by the Cowboys. You could flip us. We have the exact same talent, but people think he's a bust, but they think I'm a Captain America. He said we have the exact same talent because both of them could run around.
Yeah.
He said I was fortunate enough, and you just said talk about the fit. I was fortunate enough to be on a team that used me right. The Saints had no talent, and so Archie took the brunt
and labored for a decade.
And he didn't get any accolades till his son started getting Super Bowls.
Well, and everybody talks about, hey, you've got, everybody talks about Pat Mahomes going 10 to the Kansas City Chiefs. And that same year, the Bears were talking about drafting him.
Mm-hmm.
And again, we'll never know.
Right.
But does Pat Mahomes, is he the same Pat Mahomes in Chicago with that raggedy-ass franchise versus what he's done with, could he have gone to a better place, or more importantly, a better head coach?
In
Andy Reid. Okay?
Perfect fit.
Because and I'll tell you what, and I said this years ago when Mahomes got to Kansas City. Andy Reid's always been that dude when it comes to offense.
Always.
Okay,
Philadelphia days.
I'm telling you right now. Do we think Donovan McNabb's going to 4 straight NFC championships?
Michael
Vick. Okay, Nick Foles.
Yeah.
You name it. He got people there. But he finally had a guy when he got Pat Mahomes that could do everything in the Andy Reid playbook. Speaking of doing everything, that's the 3-time Hall of Famer CA. He does everything. We got our boy Ross Levinsky on the glass, behind the glass, whatever, on the glass, inside the glass, doing what he does. I'm still Fred Davis. All right, coming up next, it's time for a little fair or foul. Ooh. Your text messages and more. 2 segments left. Don't you go anywhere. It is The Fan After Dark.
Today is a day of remembrance.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Okay.
Which is the new Ibiza. Is the party island that only it's really cool.
VIPs go to. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
That cruise.
You got some VIP treatment. Is what you're saying?
I'm just saying it's not touristy. I'm not saying VIP. I'm just saying it's not touristy. So you could enjoy the island.
Would you go to a private island?
No, it's not a private island.
Okay.
It's called Mykonos. In fact, that's where Luka went his rookie year. Like it made all these headlines. Luka with his fiance.
How was the food?
It was really good.
Okay.
First of all, I love Greek food anyway. I love the Greek salad.
Yeah.
Man, all the food was fresh.
How many Greek salads do you think you ate during that time?
One every day. Because it's so good.
Yeah.
Everything's fresh. A lot of olive trees over there.
Are you a seasick guy?
No, not at all. In fact, I've been on lots of ships and boats, and I told you I'm a certified scuba diver.
Yeah.
So I've done all that. I had never ever had I can say, I had nothing against it. I just never had time, and I always thought I might get bored. But if you go to like different places, which a lot of people do,
it's all about the ports, right?
It's all about the ports. And we went to Turkey. Went to the best place I went to was this island called the Isle of Rhodes, where they had the Colossus of Rhodes, which is an ancient seven ancient wonders of the world. An earthquake made the statue fall down and collapse. But that island was beautiful. We stayed in an Airbnb that was in a castle that was built in 720 BC.
Chris getting his castle on.
And we didn't expect all of that.
No.
It turned out to be a really fun
But
thing.
you had a good time.
Had an excellent time.
Did you take the wifey or the whole fam?
Whole fam.
Whole fam went.
Like,
whole Arnold clan went.
Put it like this. You never know when you ever get a chance
to do it again, huh?
So, because everybody's going, it was like, if you don't do it now, you might not get a chance to, because you never know. The kids might get married, they move all over the country or whatever they're going to do. So he's like, let's do it now.
Seize the opportunity.
Yep.
That's what I'm talking about. That's the 3-time Hall of Famer. Yay or nay on the trip? What you doing? Fair or foul? You going on the trip or not?
Yes, but I am apprehensive.
Why?
Because I don't know. I guess I just feel like it's kind of like the adult version of like a kindergarten, where I feel like I would get kind of like antsy about being in a confined place and like germs and stuff. Just kind of OCD about it.
Well, but that's what the ports are for.
But not only that, here's what's, like I said, I discovered this. These ships are so damn big. We on a Virgin Voyager. That thing is big. It's huge.
Yeah.
And they got so many activities, whether you do anything or not, you would never get bored. They got parties, they got bars, they got all kinds of food. The drinks basically go with the cruise.
I was gonna say
it's just a nonstop party. They got workout rooms. They had
nonstop
everything.
party, Ross.
They had a movie theater. Had everything. There was this, not the one that we were on. There's a ship that's got a roller coaster on it. That's how big they are. Again,
Come on, Ross. We're talking about a roller coaster, man.
Wasn't judging it like I didn't want to go. I just didn't have time. I didn't think I'd could just be up there.
But now that you know,
I have nothing against it. And by the way, Frankie Beverly passed away. He was the age of 77. Thanks to Tolos for texting that. 77.
Hell of a run.
Mm-hmm.
All right. We're going to get Ross over his fear.
Wait a minute. You have a
9-month ship.
Are you like John Madden? You can't fly in planes either?
Oh, no. I more than anything, I'm just worried about like germs. And I think the reason for that is like in the back of my head, I'm probably still thinking about
There's
like
a roach in the back of your head? No, I'm kidding.
No. But just like that horror story from like when COVID broke and those people were like trapped on this. That's probably what's in like the back of my head when it comes to like.
When it started, it was on a ship off the coast, west coast.
And then they were just
off
like
the coast of Seattle or something. Yeah,
like in Tokyo or something.
Fecal matter just everywhere, just all over the place.
But no,
that's where I draw the line.
Beyond that, I would love that. I love being on ships, boats, like. I've never done a cruise, but I really would like to someday.
One day. All right, we're opening up to the toll. 877-881-1053. Would you go on the 9-month cruise? All right, coming up next, final segment of the program. Ladies and gentlemen, don't you go anywhere. That's the 3-time Hall of Famer. I'm Fred. That's Chris. That's Ross. It's 105 The Fan after dark.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and Art.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Your official home of America's team. 105.3 The Fan.
Whoa! And now, back to the Fan After Dark. And this segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Ross, you're a bad boy playing some Frankie Beverly and Maze.
I wish I could take the credit.
Listen to this.
You made me happy.
I mean, people are snapping their fingers.
Yeah, they are.
In the car, at home.
Baby making music.
Mm-hmm. Not only that, that's the party music. Everybody playing dominoes, cars, eating some barbecue.
No, it absolutely is. Where are you at? Frankie Beverly, 77 years old. R.I.P. today.
No, it was yesterday.
Oh, it was yesterday?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh, all right. R.I.P.
Late
yesterday. My bad. From the 817, hey guys, Tolo Dustin here. Big cruiser, done 10 cruises. Wow. Don't ever go on Carnival.
Ooh.
Royal is the best and cleanest. Love you, boys.
Hey,
So,
Dustin, let me know if you've ever been on Virgin Voyager, because the experts say, I've never been on a cruise except for that one.
Yeah.
They said, oh, that's the one.
That's the one.
Because it's brand new. It's the same Virgin Airlines, Virgin Hotel.
Your boy Richard Branson.
Richard Branson.
Got that funny money.
Sir Richard Branson.
He got that sir money. He got that long
Just Dustin, let me know.
Oh, he'll chime in.
214 says, Fred was listening to this song when he was backing his truck into the driveway.
I'll tell you what. My man, he just won't leave me alone. But you know what? It's when they stop messing with you.
Exactly.
It's when they stop messing with you is when you got to be concerned about
and
it.
it's all love.
I appreciate all the Tolos,
fine
man.
work when he tweaks, when he kind of messes with people.
Even when
he's
guys
just doing it out of fun.
Give me a hard time, they do it in a loving manner, which I'm okay with. So I'll take that. We try not to get too too crazy here. And it's a Wednesday night. I mean, we're kind of in that
hump night.
we're in that zone where, all right, like you said, week 1's done. Week 2, we got Thursday night football coming up tomorrow that we're excited about. You a little college, a little high school on Friday night.
It's all coming back again.
You know?
You mentioned tomorrow night's game. Who you like, Bills or Miami?
Where's that game at?
I can't tell you yet.
Oh, is that going to be one of those, I guess, Peacock games?
No, it shouldn't be. It should be. Well, no, it's an Amazon game.
Okay, so
because it's Thursday.
Okay, it's going to be in Miami.
It's in Miami?
Yep, I just found out. And by the way, don't let Tyreek celebrate.
Well,
again.
I was going to say, can we get Tyreek on a can we
I saw the body cam.
carpool in?
That.
That was. And he wants the guy
and that
fired.
happened. It happened on our show. That was breaking news on our show.
We broke it on the show,
Sunday.
the tailgate show.
And then
on
Dak's contract
Sunday
broke
morning.
that news.
Yeah, no, that
It
dwarfed
superseded
that
that one.
news. It sure did. Well, certainly here anyway. But no, that was a huge morning. And of course, then your Cowboys went out and did the thing. Real quick. I know you got some little power ranking or two. We like to have fun with it because it's just
a list.
It's just a list.
It's just a list, and it changes every week, and it's subjective.
That's
the number one thing. That's why I've always said for 100 years, people do love
no right or
lists
wrong
because it's subjective. Well,
Maybe
this is week 2 CBS's power rankings in the NFL. We know who's number one, right?
We already know who number one is. You already know who number one is. The team that Tony Casillas signed with. And, I meant to ask Tony one question before I forgot. Did Carl Peterson talk to you as long as you ever had a guest? Because we all know what long talkers are in the business, right?
Mm-hmm.
Carl Peterson, hand to God, when I was in Houston with Ted Johnson, we had Carl Peterson come on. He was doing like USA Football. He talked for an entire segment.
He just threw it up there.
9 minutes, CA. 9 minutes.
That's breaking Jerry's record.
Jerry
Jones.
Me and Ted Johnson were sitting there looking at each other going, okay, he's got to stop at some point. He's got to take a breath. Not Carl Peterson.
Well, the Chiefs are number one. And the way I'm looking at this list, because of the upsets over the weekend, I'm looking at who fell hard out of the top 10. It's crazy. First of all, who do you guys, Ross, you can guess this too. Who do you think CBS Sports, Pete Prisco, has as number 2? And they've actually moved up one spot. Who's the number 2 team in the NFL?
San Francisco.
Yeah, I was going to say
It is San Francisco. Who's number 3? And they've moved up one spot.
Number 3, I would guesstimate it would have to be.
You want a hint?
AFC or NFC?
AFC.
Ooh. Buffalo?
Yes.
They got Buffalo third?
Wow. He got Buffalo third. He had them at 4th, and they moved up a spot. Moving up to number 4, 3 spots, this team are the team that they're in the NFC. A lot of people say, they can sneak into the Super Bowl.
Yeah. In the AFC?
NFC.
Oh, the NFC. It's got to be, at 4, Lions.
Yep.
It's got to be the Lions. It's got to be the
Fred,
Lions.
you're batting 1,000.
Come on now.
See how good you are.
know
Number
the
5 is an AFC team. Everybody loves their quarterback. Oh, this young quarterback is just absolutely amazing. He's just got tremendous upside. He is so good.
I already know. Do you know?
No, go for it.
It's Houston.
Houston, Texas. That's right.
Houston.
That's your top 5. And they moved up 3 spots, just like the Lions. Moving up 4 spots. This team was number 10. And they put the beat down on a team that had been ranked very high. Here's a hint.
Eagles?
No. Eagles are number 8, and they move up 3 spots.
This is the number 6 team you're talking about?
The number 16 in the NFL. Put it like this. They've got a couple of players that just got rich.
Oh, you talking about the Cowboys?
There you go. Cowboys moved up from number 10 to number 6.
Cowboys at number 6.
As they put it, they signed Dak Prescott to a big deal.
How do we
Sunday,
feel about that?
And then, they didn't look at the game close. I think they're good, but as we know, the offense hadn't even done
Cowboys
it.
I wouldn't put the Cowboys in front of the Eagles right now.
Well, so here's the deal. The defense was so good.
The defense.
And that was the surprise. And we know the offense will be good.
See, okay, I'm just going to say this, and then we'll go back to this. Why are we that surprised that the defense was that good?
Because they thought it was all Dan Quinn, and they got to learn Zimmer's system.
Man, Mike Zimmer.
I'm with you.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm with you.
Mike Zimmer. Again, questionable head coach. All right, maybe. I mean, again, you know what you're going to get with him as a head coach, but defensively,
hell of a defensive coordinator.
He's a top 5 NFC defensive mind in the league. Like this idea that this defense was going to take. I mean, again, it's not like Mike Quinn or Dan Quinn is Bill Belichick, for Christ's sake. Like this idea that there was going to be this massive drop off from Dan Quinn to Mike Zimmer is comical to me. But I digress.
So they're number 6. The number 7 team, I already mentioned the Eagles are number 8. The number 7 team actually dropped a spot because they lost, and they had the MVP last year.
Oh, Baltimore.
Baltimore's
but
number
they're not.
7.
Yeah, they're not going to beat them up too much.
Exactly.
You lost in Kansas City. Oh, by the way, that game. If Isaiah wears a 11.5 instead of a 12, we might be having a different conversation if they hit that 2-point conversion.
I like.
You know what I'm saying?
Number 9 moves up 4 spots. We just mentioned that their quarterback used to run things in Cleveland.
That would be Tampa Bay.
Ding, 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 ding. Baker Mayfield. And number 10 is a team that moved up 4 spots. And I think they moved up all these spots because everybody saw the body cam.
Oh, that's cold-blooded.
I'm just saying.
Cold-blooded.
Everybody knows. Because Jacksonville's, come on. So,
Jacksonville should have won that game.
They should have.
Jacksonville should have won that game.
But they moved up the Dolphins.
Kind of like the Titans should have beat Chicago the other night.
So the Dolphins are number 10. And I'm going to say who the top 10 is real quick, and I'm going to take a couple of teams that just dropped hard. Kansas City's number 1, 49ers number 2, Buffalo number 3, Detroit number 4, Houston number 5, Cowboys number 6, Baltimore number 7. And by the way, the Cowboys playing the Baltimore.
Week 3, right?
Week 3. Eagles number 8. Tampa Bay number 9, Dolphins number 10.
Okay.
These are the big droppers. This is too funny.
You know Cincinnati dropped like a rock.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say too.
Cincinnati dropped 11 spots to number 16. 11. But they weren't the biggest drop. The biggest drop was an NFC team who also lost their quarterback for a while.
Oh, Green Bay.
Ding, 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 ding. Green Bay's number 15. Just real quick, I'm going to
How many spots did they drop?
They dropped 13 spots, which means they were number 2 on the list.
No,
he had their number 2. If they're number 15 and they dropped 13 spots, they were number 2 and number 3.
I was going to say number 2. That's crazy. Well,
crazy.
I mean that's ridiculous.
It's speculation.
That's preposterous.
This is why the lists are debatable. Here's a couple of teams that we didn't mention in between number 15 and number 10.
Where'd you got Chicago?
You got Chicago up 3 at number 14. You got the Jets up 4. I'm down 4 rather because they lost.
I'm going to say
they were number 13, but he had a number 9 or something. The Steelers move up 7 spots.
I can see
number
that.
12, and the Chargers move up 7 spots to number 11. So there you go. There's your Week 2 CBS NFL Power Rankings.
From the 214, Fred, should I play the Bills running back Cook tomorrow or play Pollard against the Jets? Ooh, that's a tough one right there. I mean, look, you got Cook coming off of a short week, and again, it's only week 1, 2. I do believe he's probably going to get a lot of carries tomorrow, right? Yeah. And he's getting and you're getting touches in the backfield. Whereas with the Jets, I mean. Look, we were told that Robert Saleh was a defensive coach. I'm really starting to believe that maybe Robert Saleh, and I've said this before, and I said this before the show or before the year started, that I'm not convinced of Robert Saleh as a head coach. I'm just not.
He's just a great coordinator, as far as we know.
Well, and it might be time for him to go back to being a defensive coordinator because
it happens. And by the way,
week 1. It's only week 1.
I would say Pollard because they don't trust Will Levis no more, especially after that mess.
Boy, you sure can after that.
They're going to feed Pollard.
I would say that. My only thing with Cook is, again, short week. They love, what's his face? Josh Allen. Mm-hmm. He likes throwing the ball. Although that's the only thing too, though. He is a vulture in the end zone. Is that Cook, Cook's not the vulture. Josh Allen is the vulture, right? As far as you get within once you get inside the goal to go. 17. Well, he's either throwing it or he's running it.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, he broke his hand or wrist or something like that, or he might fumble it. And let's not get too crazy because he's my fantasy quarterback. That's my fantasy quarterback right there.
He's known for the turnovers.
All right, we're going to be on tomorrow night. Now it's a 1-hour special of the Fred and CA show. So blink and you miss it. Ross, you producing tomorrow or what? You the guy? No. Well,
sorry, guys.
Who's going to join us for an hour after dark?
Ain't no telling.
The Fan After Dark.
Ain't no telling. Like I said, 1 hour, 3 segments. Blink if you miss it, ladies and gentlemen, as we get you ready for
Kumar Rocker.
Kumar Rocker.
Rangers
So, yeah, I mean,
at
come on.
Seattle.
Who better take it? All right, we got to go. That's it. I'm Fred. Hey, good night. God bless.
Text away your thoughts to the guys right now on the truckwreck.com fan text line at 877-881.